Good evening. This is a public meeting of the Lowell Zoning Board of Appeals for May 30th, 2013. Tonight we have three matters before us, and one change I will start with is we're going to take the petitions out of order. So with that said, I'd also like to ask, since there's quite a few people in attendance this evening, could everybody check your telecommunications devices? Make sure we don't have ringing and interruptions. The board would appreciate that. Thank you. So our first matter before us is under new business. This is ZB 2013-14. Petition is a special permit for signs. The applicant is Strategic Signage. The property is located at 900 Chelmsford Street. Petition is to install new internally illuminated wall signage for Verizon pursuant to Section 6.3 of the zoning ordinance. Good evening, sir. How are you?
My name's Gary Woodrow with the Signs representing Verizon on this matter.
Okay. So could you, I know we received the package. We also received communication from the design planner in respect to this petition. Could you just outline for us what the petition pertains to?
The sign dimensions are basically 5 foot 3 feet tall, which is a little shorter than me, by 30 feet wide. The signs are internally illuminated channel letters, which will be mounted to the wall up by on the roof line at the highest level of the fascia.
Okay. And so what we're doing is this a change or is this new lettering?
This is new lettering. I believe they're a new tenant at the business.
Okay. So is anybody else here with you this evening, or are you?
No.
You just representing?
I'm solo.
And do you have anything else you want to add at this point?
No.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to open up to the public. Anyone here that'd like to speak in favor of this petition? In favor? In favor? Hearing none. That portion of public hearing is closed. Anyone like to speak in opposition? In opposition? Opposition? Hearing none. That portion of public hearing is closed. I'm going to open it up to the board. Dennis.
Through Mr. Chairman, I just have a couple questions. It says on the package here that there's a reduction, logo layout with 20% reduced V-mark. What is that referring to exactly?
I'm sorry, I have a hard time hearing you.
Let me try again, sorry.
Okay.
In the packet that we received, there's a comment here, logo layout with 20% reduced V-mark. What is that referring to
The
exactly?
square footage of the sign includes like just drawing a rectangle box around the V mark and all of the letters to come up with that 158 square feet.
What is the 20% reduced
I'm not sure
V-mark refer to?
what 20% you're referring to.
Okay. And then how does the logo work with the new lighting scheme on Cross Point? There's a lot of LED lighting on the building itself?
The LEDs are internal.
Not on the sign itself, on the building. So the building is lit up with a lot of new lighting. It's been installed maybe 6 months or a year.
I'm not familiar with the building light illumination.
Okay. It just seems like it would want to relate to it somehow. I'm not quite sure how that whole thing plays out, but it looks like a nice logo and a nice sign. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Kevin.
I have no comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gary.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I just have one question. What will your hours of illumination be?
Please?
Your hours of illumination?
I don't have that information. If it needs to be specified through the permitting process, we'll work it.
Think it will be consistent with other external illuminated lighting within the complex? Would that be a fair statement?
It could be tied in with the building management system and be turned on and off, either with parking lights or with other building illumination as needed.
Okay, fair enough, thank you.
But that's obviously it's not tied into like any retail hours
Right.
of operation. This is business.
Correct. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Gary. Corey.
Yes, to you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in support of the new signage. I think it's a great, it makes the appeal of this building look more of the professional type look in which it is, so I support it, and I welcome you to Lowell. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Van?
No comments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So I had referenced that Rachel Kisker, the chief design planner, had communicated with us after her inspection, and she was in favor of the signage. She also talked about the applicant agreed to decrease the size, so it's my understanding that strategic sourcing will abide by the decrease in signage. No objections to the internal illumination, and then I guess there was a discussion around where the actual sign was going to be placed on the building. Are you familiar with those discussions?
No, I was not.
Okay. Okay, so just so anybody that has any concerns about this, DPD asked that the sign could be moved lower to be placed on the main facade of the building instead of on the upper roof structure, similar to the existing Motorola sign. The applicant explained that the landlord will not allow this. Have you had any dealings with the landlord yet?
No, I haven't. I'm kind of like subbing in at the last minute on this project, sorry.
It's going to be like
I
a
haven't
court of
understood
law. Okay. Due to their newly installed architectural lighting, DPD feels that the sign would look better on the main part of the facade, but understands that the applicant must adhere to the landlord's restrictions. So with that said, it looks like the landlord is basically dictating where the sign's going to go. So it sounds like at this point, I don't believe any of the members are in opposition with the petition as stated. I will put a condition in, Gary, we use the same language we've used for the other petitioners for signage. Okay, any other comments from any other members? Okay, could I have a motion, please?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve ZBA 2013-14 for special permit at 900 Chelmsford Street with the condition that the recommendation of the DPD is submitted and the hours of illumination are consistent with the complex.
Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Do I have a roll call?
Mr. Hearn,
Approve with conditions.
Mr. Bailey,
Approved with conditions.
Mr. Belanger,
Approve with conditions.
Mr. McCarthy,
Approve with conditions.
Mr. Perrin.
Approve with conditions.
Okay, sir, you've been approved with conditions. Wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Okay, our next petition that we'll entertain is under other business. This is an amendment to a prior approval. The petition is a special permit under telecommunications. The applicant is Externet Systems, Inc., property located at 169 Bridge Street. Petition to install a steel stand-alone pole with telecommunication equipment in the base and antenna located at the top pursuant to section 7.6 of the zoning code. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. Carly Cower, Externet Systems.
Right. So you were here before, and this
A
board
couple of times. It's been
approved.
about
Yep.
2 years back and forth with the location.
So I know we received some documentation and some updating, so can you bring us up to date on where we stand right now?
So originally, we went for a steel standalone pole on Bridge Street, kind of right across from the diner. We decided to try to find something per the city that was existing. That's when we went for the trolley pole that was next to it. Everybody agreed to the trolley pole except for the national park. Didn't want us touching anything that was kind of part of the Parks Department. After that, we went to the closest traffic light, which is on Bridge as well. So what we're going to do now, or proposing to do, is route all the cables through the traffic light, have the antenna on top, and have the equipment shrouded, have a black shroud around it, with the meter outside of that shroud. And then during that process of doing the structurals and getting some of the construction drawings complete for it, through DPW and whatnot, we had a node relocation requested by the city that was on Prescott Street. That one has been temporarily relocated, but that traffic light was coming down, not traffic light, the regular Cobra head was coming down and being replaced with a black historic pole. So that one is actually going to go to an additional street light, which is on the corner of Prescott and Palmer, or sorry, Merrimack and Palmer. So both of those are now sort of, that's a game plan.
So we also, I believe, there was pretty much a structural analysis that was performed that the city had, I guess, asked that the...
On both of them, both traffic lights were performed by spec for each one. We sent crews to each, and construction drawings were completed to make sure all of the coding electrical was going to be separated from the city and from us, and it would be marked appropriately.
Right. So I went through that. I'm sure each of the board members did. It looks like that your company fulfilled the requirement. I didn't see anything in the report. I know I did talk to Joe about the report, A, who requested it, and B, who paid for it, and what was the purpose. So do you have anything else you want to add at this point?
Nope.
Okay. I'm going to open it up to the public. Anyone here like to speak in favor of this petition? In favor? In favor? Hearing none, that portion of the public hearing is closed. Anyone like to speak in opposition? 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 Hearing none. That portion of the public hearing is closed. Open up to the board. Dennis.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to ask, where is this being proposed finally now?
The first location is still on Bridge Street. It'll be the first traffic light on the right-hand side, that one. And then the one that's being relocated on Prescott will be a traffic light on Merrimack and Palmer.
Thank you.
There's photo sims of each of them, too.
Yes,
Okay.
your explanation seemed to be more complicated than the
know.
paperwork, so I just wasn't
Well, I was trying to
sure.
get you through the process of how we got to the traffic lights as opposed to going to an existing pole or an existing traffic light.
So once you get your agreement or approval from us, what happened? Why is this taking so long to get the National Parkway in after you got our approval?
And they said no.
So do you have your agreements with whoever you need to get agreements with now in case we approve
We have
tonight?
existing agreements with the city. Those will need to be modified to add these locations. We already have an agreement for using city-owned property, whether it be a street light or a telephone pole or whatnot. So that's already in place, but these exact locations will have to be added, plus any additional fiber that goes into the city will need to be added to that agreement.
Okay. Well, good luck. I see nothing wrong with this modification. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you, Dennis. Kevin?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I have no opposition to the revisions. Thanks.
Thank you. Gary?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the petitioner for working with all the different entities and coming back to us with very well-prepared packages and defining where the changes have been made with the amendments and all, and I have no opposition to the amendment.
Thank you. Corey?
Yes, to you, Mr. Chairman. Joe, this is to you. Can you confirm this agreement in principle that this young lady's talking about?
Yes, the structural analysis was reviewed by DPW. They reviewed and approved the plans that were presented to the board. The modification Ms. Carr was referring to is a modification that will be done through the law department. It has to be with the license agreement that Extenet Systems has with the city. So it's a modification to that agreement. I think it's basically an other business agenda item in front of the council that they'll have to ratify.
Okay, that sounds great. I understand what you're trying to accomplish. You're trying to get wireless services to the residents of downtown, and that can be a struggle, but I think you concealed it to the best of your ability, and I support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Corey. Van?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I support these amendments.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think as stated when you were in here the last time, there's another new technology around wireless, and sounds like each of the board members are supporting this and the changes that were incorporated. So with that said, first of all, I wish you the best of luck, and second of all, could I have a motion, please?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, make a motion to approve ZBA 2011-37 for a special permit of telecommunications at 169 Bridge Street.
I'll second the motion.
Have a roll call?
Mr. Ahern,
Approve.
Mr. Bailey,
Approved.
Mr. Belanger,
Approve.
Mr. McCarthy,
Approve.
Mr. Perrin.
Approved.
Okay, and approve unanimously. Again, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next matter before us is under continuances. This is ZB 2013-12. The petition is a special permit. The applicant is Habit Opco, property located at 22 Old Canal Drive. Petition to utilize part of a currently vacant building for the purpose of operating a narcotic detoxification and maintenance facility pursuant to Section 7.7 of the zoning ordinance. Evening, Mr. Leides. Just to update, back on April 22nd, you had come before the board, and at that point, there was no public hearing opened at that time, and a list of additional requirements were outlined at that time. So here we are this evening, and I'll let you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
George Theolides Jr., 133 Market Street, Lowell, and obviously I'm here again this evening in behalf of the applicant, Habit Opco, about whom you'll hear a lot more in the minutes and hours and whatever to come. As I look around, I have to say, Mr. Chairman, it's always nice to play to a full hall. And I certainly know how to bring one in, I guess. I've told the people about that. What's really interesting to me, among other things, and I am going to make a comment about this later on, that I've been working on this for a year, that I went to the city council, that I went to the planning board twice, and at every single one of those proceedings where we brought up the reference of changing the zoning to provide for this particular piece of property to be an available use in a light industry zone, there was not a single person who spoke in opposition to that particular thing. And every one of the votes, the initial vote by the city council, the initial vote by the planning board, whose job it is to make a recommendation on zoning changes and uses, was 5-0, unanimous. The matter, when heard before the city council, was 8-0, and only the mayor was missing that particular night, absent. So each of those two were unanimous votes of the people hearing the matter. And then when we went before the planning board, which is a prerequisite, as you know, to coming before you folks, and they give you a recommendation, the same thing happened. There was not a single person to speak in opposition, and it passed 5-0. So, that said, I know you have seen the volumes and volumes of information that I have provided to you about this petitioner and the process and the application that we're involved in. But I want to point out to you why exactly we went through that other process. I have here, and I put in your packages that I brought you, I hope, did everyone get the supplemental package that I passed in? Back on May 5th, 2012, Mr. Thomas Magarachi, who was the CEO of this enterprise, I'll introduce all these folks later, went to, as a courtesy, to meet with the city manager, Mr. Lynch, and the assistant city manager, Adam Bakey, to inform them that although his company was operating a facility in Hall Street for over 20 years, almost 25 years, their lease, which was the most recent version, a 15-year lease, was going to run out, and they needed to move their operation. And after listening and understanding that and thanking him for appearing and giving him that information, Mr. Magarachi went out to start the process, he thought. The next day, and I put it in your package, he got an email from Assistant City Manager Bakey indicating that he couldn't put the premises, the use, at the old Canal Drive place that he was looking at that time because the zoning was not appropriate for that, even though it was a light industry. So what we then did, he came and saw me about that. I looked into the matter for him, and we began a process that would bring about a change that would allow that kind of a use in that kind of a zoning district. And in the process of the many conversations and meetings that I had with representatives of the Department of Planning and Development, most specifically Mr. Bakey, the request was made of me that if I were in fact to file for an amendment to allow that use in a light industry zone, the city would consider it even more favorably if I would provide for it to be reduced and removed from every other zone that was close to a residential-oriented zone in the city of Lowell. So if you want to compare, we went from, I think it was 8 places where that kind of a use was allowed, down to 4 places. None of them are residential. This was all in cooperation, working in cooperation with the city to find and make sure that there was a place for this particular facility. Once we went through the process that I just described to you, obviously the first thing, and by the way, almost a year, what I said to you is not something that happens overnight, needless to say. Almost a year in the process of doing that, we then set out to file as required a petition for a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I know you've been given, and I know you're familiar with the zoning code, and I know you've been given copies of section 7.7, which lays out the particular requirements. And the interesting thing about section 7.7 is with all the health facilities that are available and in the city and to be used, this is the only type of facility that has its own special section with its own special requirements. Yes, every one of the health facilities has maybe some way a requirement for a special permit, but on top of that, this particular type of facility has its own additional special requirements that it must meet. Distance from schools, distance from another facility of its kind, proving that it's a safe place for its participants, proving that it's a safe place for the public, all indicating that this is some kind of a different healthcare facility than any other healthcare facility, whether they're treating cancer or stubbed toes. But those are the special requirements that were put upon this particular type of facility. So I have a lot more to say about those specifics, as you know. I've given you a lot of material, and here's my charge and here's my problem. I assume there's a lot of people, I'm guessing, who want to be heard as well. And if I went through the normal process that I would do with this board, which I've been doing for 45 years, I'd probably have to spend the next 2.5, 3 hours putting on my witnesses and people to show you exactly what we're doing and how we're doing it and why we qualify. But based on some of the more recent events and the fact that there are so many people who want to be heard on the subject matter, I'm going to vary my presentation a little bit this evening. And instead of having most of our witnesses, and I have here the chief nurse for the facility, the chief social worker and psychologist for the facility, and other people, including, I might add, and I'll make reference to this again, a wonderful young lady by the name of Lisa, who's sitting in the front row in pink, who just happens to have been the subject matter of yesterday's headline story in the Lowell Sun about how this facility saved a life and did so much for her as it's done for so many other people. And we have another fellow, Angel, over in the corner in the white shirt there, who's ready, willing, and able to testify. But I'm not going to put those people on now to do that, but I'm telling you that they're here, and if any of you want a witness, if any of you want to hear how important this facility is to saving lives and keeping people alive and productive and good citizens in the city of Lowell, I can do that. I can bring in lots of them. There is one problem, of course, and that is that these people are all disabled people in the main, and they have their own particular rights under HIPAA. I'm sure you're all familiar with HIPAA. Angel was nice enough, as was Lisa, to, despite the fact that they're entitled to all of the privacy that goes with the HIPAA Act and whatever, to come here and confront what they knew was going to be a large audience of opposition, but they wanted their story to be told. So they're here tonight, and again, I would love to put those people there and witness, and if you choose and want to later on, you certainly can. I'm going to, however, let you hear from two people first before I get into some of the other subject matter here. One of them is Mr. Thomas Margaracci, who was the Chief Executive Officer, the boss of the operation, and the other is Dr. Wayne Passanen. Anyone who's lived in Lowell and is familiar with healthcare in Lowell knows who Wayne Passanen is. He's the former head of the emergency department of Lowell General Hospital. I have a whole CV I can read, but I'll let him tell you that himself. He's on every committee and has dealt with opiates and with narcotic detoxification and everything for decades. And he is the chief physician for this operation. Nobody gets into the facility without being seen and checked out by Dr. Passanen. So, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have each one of them come up first and start giving you some information, and then I will continue on giving you the information I believe is necessary for me to show how we comply with Section 7.7.
That's fine with me. You know, the floor is yours right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Margaracci, if you would just come up and give the people a little identification of who you are and what your facility does.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom Margaracci, I'm the CEO of Habit. I've been the CEO of Habit for 16 years, and Habit OPCO runs 20 programs like the one in Lowell over 5 states, and in this state we have 11 programs. The Lowell program was the second program ever, established in 1987, and has been serving the city of Lowell since that time. And I might add, without incident, for the number of people that we serve in this city, and it's not only from the city, the majority are from the city of Lowell, but certainly from Greater Lowell. Other communities have many people who come to us as well, and really seek out this really life-sustaining service that we provide to them. I think it's important to note that with all the people that we see, nobody is mandated to us. Nobody is forced to be in treatment with us. Everybody, every single person in every state is voluntary. People choose this. People decide that they want to make the changes in their lives that this treatment affords them and come to us willingly, and we provide the services to them. As Mr. Eliades had stated earlier, this is a very medically oriented program. Where there is nursing staff, medical staff, master's level counseling staff who provide the counseling services, all of which are required. So people can't just come in and get the service. People have to really comply with a large number of rules and regulations to participate in this program. And if they don't, they can't participate in the program. And that's just the way it is. Not only with Habit, but for all programs like this that are licensed in the state and other states as well. I think that one of the things that's important for everybody here to understand is that in this city, we have been here for 26 years. Actually, in February, it was 26 years. I think that experience speaks for itself in many ways. I certainly appreciate the concerns and the thoughts that people have expressed about the program, but I also think that if we were a new service coming into a community, those are the kinds of things I expect to hear. But when we've been here for 26 years, providing this service to so many people, it's surprising to me because I think that experience really speaks for itself. And it's striking to me how many people have said to me since this has all started, we didn't even know you were there. That's what I live for that comment. I want to hear that comment. I don't want people to know we're there. The only people that should know that we're there are the people that need to use that facility. And in fact, that comment was made by somebody on the planning board during this process, that he believed that the only people who knew about the facility were the people who needed it. And I think that that's very true. And that would continue to be true regardless of where we're located. But in looking for another location over the past 2.5 years about, We looked over every corner of the city looking for another facility, and there really is nothing else available. When we saw this facility, we thought that it was separate enough and in a zone that made sense. However, we felt we couldn't go there without making the change that we needed to make in the zoning, which is why we complied with all of those recommendations that the city had made at that point in time. So we believe it's a good facility that meets our needs. For anybody that's seen Hall Street, we've outgrown that space dramatically. When we first started there years ago, most people remember it was pretty vacant. There was nothing going on there pretty much. The parking lot across the street was for our use. Most of the buildings were empty. Now all of that property is being used. We're in a multi-use building right now. We have condos across the street. We have a daycare center down the street. We have the high school across the street. We have UMass. We're practically on that campus. And there were no incidents, and I think that experience really speaks for itself. Questions?
Not at this
Thank you.
point. No. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wayne Passanen, Dr. Wayne Passanen. I live in North Andover. I apologize for giving you my backside, but that's how the hall is set up. First of all, I wanted to make it clear that I have no ownership in Habit OpCo, so I don't have a fiduciary interest in there. I've been working with them since its inception, 1987. By way of background, just for whatever my need to establish my credibility, I was the chief of emergency medicine at Lowell General for over 30 years. I've been the vice president of medical affairs there for over 20 years. And I'm very fortunate that I've had sort of a parallel careers, because in 1976 I was asked to be the medical director of what is referred to as the detox, the public access detox, which for many years was on the grounds of Lowell General Hospital. So I did that from 1976. When Habit, then management, came to Lowell in 1987, they asked around in the medical community who might be interested in heading up that program. And frankly, I knew that we were very unsuccessful in treating opiate dependence in the detox setting, because 5 days was not sufficient. And so I signed on in 1987, and I've been there continuously since then. By way of even more background, I think I got interested in addiction in medical school at the University of Vermont, because I had a father who had a problem with addiction, with alcoholism, and a dad who was an engineer for the MDC and helped design Quabbin Reservoir. And I saw my father through treatment as a kid, as a teenager growing up in Acton. And he went to a lot of private facilities and finally ended up, I can still remember, over at the Waltham Detox. So I've had sort of a passion for this, because I think it's so incredibly important. The problem that we're treating at Habit Management is the problem of opiate dependence. And I think everyone is now aware of what opiate dependence is, because it's become an epidemic in the United States, despite our best efforts. And remember, we started in 1987. I remember the first day there were about 3 patients, and now we have over 500 patients. So we've been very active in treating it, but certainly there's a lot of work still to be done. In 1990, in Massachusetts, there were 90 deaths from opiate overdose in the Commonwealth. 2011, about 800 deaths, if we can imagine. In the United States of America, this is an amazing figure, 40,000 deaths from overdose. Now it exceeds the number of deaths from either firearm injury, that is homicide and suicide, or, believe it or not, motor vehicle accidents. So there are several different treatment modalities for opiate dependence. Some of you may have heard of NA, and we're very supportive of NA. There's some new medication called Suboxone, which is out there, which is done through private doctors' offices. But frankly, the gold standard in this country for the treatment of opiate dependence is, in fact, the treatment with outpatient treatment using methadone. And the reason we use methadone, very honestly and directly, is that we are giving people a synthetic man-made opioid, that is methadone, that then is treating their withdrawal syndrome. That is the purpose of methadone. It is not to get people euphoric or high or in any way to do anything except to try to stabilize them in their lives. And in fact, it is the most successful. And I could give you the medical literature, I won't tell you, but it's an 80 to 90% success rate overall in terms of the measurement of opioid use when patients are enrolled in the program. So I think it's an incredibly important program. We have been successful. Everyone talks about the danger of these people. I was there this morning. I saw eight patients, new patients this morning, all in their mid-20s. 4 of them were women, 4 of them were men, and they're all no different than any of the rest of us. But people who, for whatever reasons, either because of medication, remember the United States of America, Vicodin is now the #1 prescription drug in the United States. 136 million prescriptions. A lot of people are inadvertently becoming dependent and then addicted. And then some of them switch over to heroin. By the way, so that everyone knows, because there's always hysteria about heroin, heroin is diacetyl morphine. It is nothing more, nothing less than an alternative form of methadone. Of morphine. And so I think there's a lot of ignorance about this subject, about what we do. I've seen all of the patients that have come before that clinic in the 25 years we've been there. I've never felt any danger, and I don't today. And so the notion that somehow people or communities or neighborhoods are going to be put at risk is, in my opinion, not relevant or not correct. Finally, I'd just say that there are right now about 500,000 people in the United States who are on methadone. There are 15,000 people here in Massachusetts. And there should be more people being treated with methadone. Shame on some of the private insurers who don't cover it as fully as they should. And we need, as a society, to realize that opiate dependence is a medical and cultural problem in our world. It's always been looked at as a moral and legal issue, but we need to make that transformation. So obviously, I'm in favor of us continuing the clinic. We have to have this clinic in Lowell. This is not a choice. I think the only question is going to be where it's going to be, and I think you've heard a lot of background on that. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doctor. So, Matt, if you don't mind, would you just put the zip code map up for us? Who are these people that he's talking about? When I first got involved with this and started hearing people talking about methadone, what I heard about was druggies and people hooked on drugs and heroin and this and that and whatever. That's what I was told. And I was told that they were street people and they were terrible people and they were crime-ridden and crime-intended people. Dr. Passanen just mentioned over 500 residents in the city of Lowell. Who are they? Where do they come from? I mentioned HIPAA. I can't give you their names and addresses, but here's what I can give you. I can give you, and I put in your most recent chart this evening, I put my glasses on to give myself a little help, by zip code, who these people are. These are people who live in the acre in Pawtucketville, 124 of them. In Centralville, 96 of them. In Belvedere and downtown, 195 of them. And in the Highlands, 124 of them. And lest I forget, there's even 14 of them from Chelmsford. They're all patients, and you know who they are? They're somebody's mother, father, grandmother, grandfather, sister, brother, daughter, son, your next door neighbor, my next door neighbor, my employee, your employee, any one of these people's employees. These are real people. And what we're talking about is making these people healthy and making them productive. So I'm going to give you a bunch of additional facts about this and try to find the ways we can to try and wipe out this boogeyman thing of who these awful people are. And one of the other things that I put in to your package tonight, and I think this is online, is a document entitled Lowell Police Department Crime Analysis Intelligence Unit. It was sent to the chairman at his request so that he could get an idea of what the situation was with reference to the current location and the current group of over 500 people who are being treated.
All right, so Mr. Lighty, just for the record, I requested that,
I said
just so everybody knows.
I think I just said that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And,
Yep.
and rightfully so.
Yep.
And what this says, folks, whole thing is online, I believe, but anybody can have a copy of it. And it says, as far as incidents reported at this location, this is the current location of this particular facility, there were 5 over the past year. Over the past year, not day, week, or month, over the past year. Of the 5 incidents, two were directly related to the clinic, and they are as follows. 1, an assault. The victim, not the perpetrator, the victim was leaving the clinic when challenged to a fight. That's when the police got that call and showed up. The second, a Section 12 for suicidal person at the clinic. I think you heard Dr. Passanen say that that's unfortunately one of the sad results of opioid addiction. The other 3 not related to the clinic were, and I won't even bother to read them, signed by Robin R. Smith, Lowell Police Department, Crime Analysis Intelligence Unit. That's the kind of crime that comes out of the operation, or that has been shown to have supposedly been coming out of this operation over the last year. I'm sure if we went back, we could find much, much more of that. So I just want to continue on, if I may, to just give you a little bit more of an idea of what this program is all about and what they do and what it does so much for the people of the city of Lowell. I know that both Mr. Magarachi and Dr. Passanen gave you some information about it, but I just want to make sure we understand, and this is, I'm reading from materials already submitted to you folks that you've had actually since before the April 22nd meeting in some cases, because we thought we were going to have a hearing on that date. For example, 58% of the patients are male, 42%. They range from ages 19 to 67. The sad part is that 40% of the new admissions are under the age of 29, and 86% of them reside in the city of Lowell. Reside, not homeless, not out in the street, reside at addresses in the city of Lowell. So, and I'm sure that you're all aware of the fact that we have this healthcare crisis due to serious public concerns. I also included in your package an article from almost a year ago in the Lowell Sun when the city health chief let out a cry to the community saying, we have a serious opioid drug problem here, and something has to be done, more has to be done to help work that out. And by the way, go back a second to who these people are. They're treated, in most cases, for a year or longer, and after that time, they're drug-free. And then, little by little by little, and if we had the time, Maggie, who is the nurse in charge of doing all of this, could show you how the doses get smaller as they're stronger and better along the way, and they continue to be treated. At any given time, the program treats 15 to 20 pregnant women. And the average stay for these folks, or the average regular treatment, is 30 months. This is a company that employs 35 people over a 7-day, 365 days, because the people need their medicine 365 days a year. So, in addition to that, we can talk about the site for a second. I've given you a lot of information about this proposed site, but I'm just going to give you some ideas of what we're dealing with here. First of all, and I have, and I thought I submitted, I don't know if you have it or not, I had Mr. Hammer make a chart of this location where this spot is and put an arc, a radius of a half a mile to the north of this. And I'm sure you're all familiar with Stedman Street. I'm sure you've all gone to the site. I didn't do the Chelmsford side, okay, because I'm not required to deal with the Chelmsford side, and I'm sure we'll hear about that ourselves. Don't forget there's Route 3 that separates the two. But anyway, in any event, in that arc of over half a mile, there are no more than a dozen houses. This is not a residential neighborhood. I also submitted to you in my original submission, because part of what I submitted to you was a requirement under 11.3.2 of the city code, that I furnish you with how this particular operation fits with the master plan of the city. I showed you the zoning districts that LI encompasses. They're very small areas of the city. But the city also, if you read the new master plan, is very interested in having economic development there, and I'll speak more specifically about that in a few minutes when I give you the laundry list of what can and could and should be in there. And that's why we were directed to that type of neighborhood, I believe, and that's what we have here. So when 7.7 refers to what the neighborhood is and how it affects the neighborhood, we're not affecting in any direct way, essentially, any residential neighborhood. Continuing on, if I may, just direct you to a few more things about the code itself, the master plan itself, and how this is one of our requirements. Sorry, folks, I have to do what I have to do, and I'm gonna tell these people exactly how we deal with the requirements as far as this facility is concerned. And I'm going to go through and just say that our master plan, which is a critical part of what the city of Lowell wants to do and how they want to go forward, is something that lays out exactly what's in the best interest of the city of Lowell and its people as far as the administration is concerned. This is a light industry, I'll say it again. The master plan says we need to encourage businesses in the city of Lowell. Okay, if traffic is such a big hang-up, then why, I'll get to that there again in a minute. But in the master plan itself, it refers to health. It refers to health, the word health, over 74 times. And if I can get to my notes on that particular subject, I will go through the whole thing and tell you exactly what those are. And by the way, I'll just say parenthetically that for all of the 45 years that I've been here, I'm going to give my complaint about how little workspace an applicant gets when it comes to giving his presentation, and I'm stuck with a spot here trying to take care of that particular thing. But I'll skip over that for the moment to give myself an opportunity to get back to that particular thing, and just say to you that among the other requirements, I've laid out for you under my statement of the case that's in your book, a summary of who the applicants are, what they are, and everything that's required under Chapter 7.7. And I will say to you that, as you know, in addition to the master plan, Chapter 11.3.2 speaks to certain other aspects that we're supposed to show how the project fits in with that. Well, I'll go to the master plan because though I don't have my direct notes, I'm going to just give you a quick rundown of what the master plan says about healthcare facilities. It's a new master plan, refers to health or healthy 74 times, terms that could well be the most referred to and important aspect of the insight into the vitality of the community, of the citizens. The city's job base has broadened beyond its traditional manufacturing core and resulting emerging technology, education, healthcare. I won't read every single one of them. This is the same period that this company was in existence that has spawned all this healthcare. We should diversify our economic base and bring in technology, healthcare, education. We should promote community cohesion and promote healthy lifestyles by design. We should build sustainable neighborhoods that have health clinics, public health, and healthy lifestyles. We should stress the importance of housing for the aged and good health facilities for them. We should support the health services industry and by maintaining high quality, accessible health care, and I'll add editorially, like this facility, and target businesses compatible with techno-biotechnical, maintain high quality, accessible care time after time after time. That's what the master plan says we should be doing in the city. They're also part of the facilities, part of what I've supplied to you, a whole bunch of other things of how it meets 11.3 and 11.3.2, because that's what I'm required to give to you. So I'm going to also now talk about one of the principal parts of what's different about this particular healthcare facility and what we have to talk about tonight, and that is and I think there's been some question about whether or not we were required to provide a traffic study and report. And clearly it was. If anyone looks at the video of the last meeting, I think Mr. Belanger, who was the acting chairman, made reference to the fact that our good friend Eric, the city traffic engineer, I think that very day, if not the day before, indicated to the board that they should have a traffic study. We had a traffic study done, and as you know, I've given you the analysis of the traffic study. And that traffic study, I'm not going to bore everybody. I went through that with the charter commission, the charter school, to tell you the truth. We went for days and weeks and months arguing about numbers of cars and what they did and what they didn't do and whatever. The key result of the traffic study, and this is the kind of stuff that our courts look at when they say, is traffic impeding or going to create a problem, is whether or not any additional traffic that comes out of a new use makes a significant adverse impact on certain intersections, et cetera. Well, if you look at our traffic study, the fact of the matter is that though Westford and Stedman is not a very pretty, enjoyable place at times of the day, is no significant adverse impact. The same thing applies to Old Canal and Stedman. And the same thing applies on the Chelmsford end, although those folks, I'm sure, don't want to hear that. So the other thing that's significant about that report relates to what we have on site for traffic and circulation. Now, this makes for a very interesting, and by the way, I'm going to say that with Eric's good services, we presented him with the report. He made some commentary, and we adjusted for that commentary. We got back to that, and I'll talk more about that later on, but I want to tell you a little bit more of the site. This is a place that has on site a building that can handle this entire operation. This is a place that has 64 on-site parking spaces. Currently, Hall Street, where they serve these same 15 people, has 16 parking spaces. Okay? We now, with this new facility, will have 4 times the number of parking spaces that we have available to us now. And let me also say this about the parking and the circulation, because what we have, and this is a requirement under Chapter 7.7, we have our own security personnel. We have 2 people who are always on top of the situation. Anyone who has visited the place, and I know that Eric's been there, and I think at least one member of the board has visited the site, and it's clear that there is traffic, 2 men who stand out there. There's actually a 3rd man at the important times who stand out there and make sure that traffic's moving and moving the right way. But here's the best part of it all. We can take care of all of those cars on our site. We're not going to park on Old Canal Way Drive. We're going to hear about people talking about how there are other uses and how it's so busy and whatever, and they need those spaces on Old Canal Drive. I can say parenthetically, shame on them, because there are facilities there who are much larger than what we have, and they only had to provide 28 parking spaces, and there are multiple business condominiums right across the street from us, and they only had to provide fewer numbers of spaces. But we don't want to, nor will we, interfere with them. We have all those spaces on site. We even have provision that if it were necessary in the future, we can add parking to that site. And we've also made arrangements with a neighbor to provide parking. So parking and circulation, because of what's going on there, is not a problem. Now, how do we serve 500 people? I should have mentioned to you. Those 500 people are served from 6 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock in the morning. That's it. And you know what? The facility closes at 2 in the afternoon. No afternoon traffic whatsoever. Closed at 2 o'clock. But from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock, we serve 500 people. How do we serve 500 people? I'll tell you how. We serve 500 people because these people have been in business for 26 years and they know what they're doing. And even though after Eric had a chance to take a look at the site, you know, there are numbers that traffic engineers use that in a given situation, you're probably going to have so many cars and so many 2-passenger cars and so many vans and so many 6-passenger, 8-passenger or whatever. And when we first submitted to Eric what we felt was the proper way that we could do it, he looked at it, and he's entitled to his own opinion, but he said when you're bringing in that 125 for the first hour, you're probably, in his opinion, going to put 111 vehicles on the road. Well, you know what? On the road and in the place. You know what? We can accommodate 111. So even in the very worst case situation, we can accommodate even the worst case number of vehicles, and that doesn't provide for the vehicles we know who come in vans, because these are disabled people in many instances who come there with services, either a van service or whatever it might be. So if you start, and I'm just going to give you the quick, but I've submitted to you something in the nature of what I call a time motion study, okay? And if you start and understand that the people who are coming to the facility in the main, and the ones who come early, are coming there because they have a job to go to. So of course, the first thing they want to do is get their medicine. So by 6 o'clock, when the service begins, we have 50 people who are there waiting to get their service. Now, let me also explain to you what that service is. They come into the establishment, they have to identify themselves with an ID card to be properly in it. They then get in line and they go...
Can I... You gonna have any other placards going up? Is this the last one you're gonna use, or are there gonna be any others? The reason why I ask is, if we could maybe move it over there.
Sure.
That way, at least the people here and the people upstairs all get to see what you're speaking to. So if we could potentially put it on this side.
We have to
We
give
run
Mr.
into this problem periodically, but,
We have to give Mr. Hammer something to do, so he'll be glad to do that.
okay. What's that?
We'd like to ask some questions of Cabot Opco too, at some point, so they can answer us back. Sorry to say.
We'll be glad to answer any questions anybody has. So let me tell you how the system works, as I started to say. The people get in line, they go to the window. I understand there are a lot of people with a lot of emotions or
Okay,
whatever.
so let me set the record. This is about the third time somebody's had something to say. If you're going to have something to say, you're going to have to leave the room. Whoever has the floor is speaking. I don't want any comments. I don't want any other outbursts. It's disruptive, it's disrespectful. So please, no more comments. Mr. Leides.
Thank you. So the facility works like this. As I said, they come in, they identify themselves, they get in line. They're through the machine. They get in line, they go to one of the windows where their medicine is. The medicine is methadone, and it's in like the Dixie cup that you get at a bubbler, the tiny little cup. And there's a nurse, a licensed nurse at every window, and the person presents themselves to the window. They have a computer screen that shows that, oh, this is George Eliades, he's in for his dose this morning. And they measure out carefully what that dose is, and they give it to George Eliades, and he drinks the dose, and they then make that person talk to them so that they know they've swallowed it. It isn't hidden away somewhere to be given to somebody else or anything like that, and they walk out. That takes a sum total of 2 minutes. They're walking in and walking out. I saw it up on the screen here a little while ago. I submitted to you what I call the closest facility that I'm aware of. Eric mentioned a fast food place or some other places like that. Did anyone recognize what the plan, that wasn't our layout that was on the screen, on the city screen there. That was the layout of what I believe is the closest thing to what I'm describing to you of how this facility operates. And that is, guess what? The United States Post Office on Arcan Drive, Lowell Central Post Office, has exactly 64 parking spaces. And you know what? Every morning, scads of people go in, including myself, and pick up their mail and go out. And this is all on a very busy intersection in downtown Lowell to get there and get their mail and whatever. So part of what I'm saying to you is the proof is in the pudding. We're doing it with only 16 spaces. In our current location, we're going to have 64 spaces. We're not going to put a single car out on Old Canal Drive to park. We're going to deal with them. And if you look at that chart I showed you, after the initial service, by 6:10 in the morning, there's never more than 28 cars in the parking lot because the people are getting their medicine, they're going out, and they're driving away, and there are other people coming in. And how do we know that? Number one, again, we know it because that's the way it is and that's the way it happens. And how else do we know it? You know the old story about how many times you're going to knock your head against the wall before you say this is pretty stupid and I'm not going to knock my head against the wall? Well, no one's going to go there at a time when they know there are too many people in line and there's too many cars in there or whatever. So these people self-regulate themselves as to when they go and get their medicine and go in and go out. So can we handle that traffic? Absolutely, we can handle that traffic. Can we handle the circulation on site? Absolutely, we can handle it. Will we interfere with any of the neighbors who have facilities, whether it's of worship or a business or whatever? Absolutely not. We don't want a single one of their parking spaces. Not a single one of them. Where they're welcome to take Old Canal Drive and do whatever they want to do with it. So hopefully we've dealt with that particular I hate to say it, I'll use the word canard.
Mr. Elides?
So again, I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
that's okay. Is that, when you say, are you all done with your traffic portion of it?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'd like to do at this point is have Eric make comments if he needs to at this
Sure.
point.
That's fine.
You know, based on if I have all the documentation correct, your client submitted the traffic study on April 22nd. There might have been a couple of days with email and whatever, but I believe the study was done on the April 22nd. Then on May 6th, you communicated in regards to that study that was done. May 20th, Eric.
May 10th was his first.
I'm sorry?
May 10th was his first response.
Okay, well, it looks like I got May 20th is the one I have here, but that's okay.
That's the most recent one that we made the adjustments for, Mr. Chairman.
And then on May 27th, your office, through the traffic study coordinator,
That was a,
came back.
that was a
Okay.
revised traffic study
Okay,
based on his
so
comments.
obviously, there was a study, there was a re-review by the city, then you came back with another revision. So at this point, I'd like to give Eric the opportunity to at least speak to what has been done already, and if Eric has any questions, comments, concerns. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I go over just my comments, but I reviewed the traffic study that was provided to us, and I agree with the findings and conclusions of the traffic study that the intersection of Westford and Stedman, as well as Stedman and Old Canal Drive, can handle the extra traffic that will be generated by the project with their recommended improvements of stop lines and turning lanes, that the project traffic can be handled adequately at these intersections without significant impact. Also, after having observed the parking and traffic operations at the existing site for over 2 hours, I believe that the 64 parking spaces is more than adequate for the number of vehicles on site at any one time. The supply of parking is adequate. The only concern I have left was with circulation on the site, coming in, pulling into the parking space, and then leaving, because they have 500 patients over the course of 4 hours in the morning. It is a lot of traffic in and out. And I believe that the current setup of the parking lot on the site, the basic T formation there, does not lend itself well to a high turnover operation such as this. My recommendation is that a second driveway be added on Old Canal Drive, and that the operation of the parking lot be made one way in and one way out. At least the exit drive, the new driveway would be an exit-only driveway, about 100 feet from the intersection of Stedman Street. And with that, you would be able to have a loop on site. George made a very good case that the operation is similar to the post office, a lot of traffic in and out and only 64 parking spaces. And that's why I brought this presentation of the post office site here on the screens. And what the difference, there's one big difference between the post office parking lot and the parking lot on this site, and that is the parking lot for the post office operates in a loop fashion. You come in the single driveway, you have one-way flow, angle parking on either side, and then the vehicles back out and come around the loop and out. So it's very efficient, getting a lot of traffic in and out, and you're in a loop pattern. But with the on-site circulation, with the existing site on Old Canal Drive, you just have a T formation. You have a single driveway in with a line of parking here, and then a line of parking over here. And what happens is when a car comes in and it pulls into the space, then it has to back out and come out while other traffic is coming in. So there's a constant battle and maneuvering for parking spaces in the parking lot. And that situation could be solved easily by putting a new driveway in at this location, so that all traffic would enter here, come in. They could have the choice of parking along these spaces or come in, park here, then back out, and then pull out here. So you'd have a loop flow here on site. And that would greatly increase the efficiency, safety, and operation of the traffic on site. I believe that if you didn't have that one-way flow, that vehicles would come in here, you'd have a lot of congestion at the single driveway and internal intersection And what might happen is that drivers would get frustrated and they would not pull into the site, and rather they might park on Old Canal Drive and drop off their patient, someone coming into the clinic, and then wait for them out on the street. I did notice while my 2 hours of observations at the existing clinic that there is a lot of drop-off traffic. People will drop off someone and then circulate around the Perkins Street, Hall Street area and come back and pick them up in a few minutes after they've had their medicine. At this location, you really don't have a place to circulate in traffic. You want the people on the site, and I think you do have enough parking to accommodate them. You just want it to be easy enough to get it on the site and off the site without having to, park out on the street and wait for them. So that's my only remaining concern with this site is the circulation on the site.
So just so I'm clear, if you go with your recommendation to have the circular flow, if you have a second means of egress, I also believe in your write-up you were talking about changing the angling of the parking spots. Would that also be in conjunction with the second opening, or would that be relieved with the second opening?
Yes, with the one-way flow, you'd want to have these spaces here angled, so that as you came in, you would park in an angle and back out. That would help to reinforce the one-way flow, so that you wouldn't have someone backing out and coming onto oncoming traffic. Similar to the way the post office is set up with their angled parking here, you'd want to have the same situation on the site.
I'm going to ask any of the board members if they have any questions. This is for either you or Mr. Alighty. I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Alighty, anyways, on this. Any of the board members have any questions at this point on traffic?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. Councilor Alighty's, now, this is a full-fledged healthcare facility.
Correct.
Am I correct? Not just a methadone clinic?
Correct, absolutely.
Okay, what's the approximate percentage, if you will, from patients who you're serving, whether it's flu or dreaded diseases or
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. It isn't full-fledged in that way. I thought you meant for all other diseases, issues, or whatever. No, this is strictly to deal with opioid addiction.
Strictly, okay. I thought it was, so no flu patients or anything like that?
No,
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any questions on the traffic?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman. Mr. Alighty, I just want to understand the building itself is much larger than the...
Can I ask you to pull the microphone a little closer? I wear 2 hearing aids, as you know, so.
Sorry, try this.
That's okay.
The building itself is 31,000 square feet, and the space that we're looking at occupying here for your tenant is much less?
Yes.
It's only...
If you're asking, what about the other people? The answer, I didn't get a chance to get into that. 3 answers I'm going to give, if I may, at this point to his comments and your very good question. We already have, we're not going to own or buy the building. We're going to be a tenant. As a result of the back and forth that I had with Eric and the number of spaces and whatever, at one point we had all agreed on, and I think you'll see in some of my submission, that we could dedicate 54 spaces to the, of the 64. Well, we're willing to give it the whole lot. We've talked to the landlord, and he's agreed to commit the entire amount to us at this point. We believe the day will come, but the burden would be on us, Mr. McCarthy, to prove it, that we can show that the number I said, that there'll never be more than 28 parking spaces being used at any given time, and let's not forget 6 to 10, that we hope there might be an adjustment. Mr. Magaracci, a couple of 2 or 3 recent developments. Number one, he's indicated to me that the landlord has now, he thinks he has a tenant who will only use the facility after the facility is closed, or excuse me, after 10 o'clock, when the service run from 6 to 10 runs. That's item number one. Number two, as you know from the dates, we were talking about May 27th when Eric and I were going back and forth. I couldn't make a decision about Eric's suggestion of another access and egress. We have to get the landlord's permission. It's his property. In the meantime, we have received that permission, and we're willing to do that and put it in. But I do want to mention one other thing that I think separates our facility from that post office, and Eric made me very much aware of the oval difference or whatever, but he will also confirm to you, I believe, when he observed the operation at Hall Street, that with the two men, the two security men and parking and whatever men who were outside at the site, they were the ones who was directing the traffic. So if there was somebody who was trying to get out from a parking space, they stopped whoever was around, or they waited till there was a clear entryway, and they provided that access and egress. I didn't mean to cut you off, Mr. McCarthy, and if you have a follow-up question to that, did I answer your question sufficiently?
Mostly.
Okay.
So we're looking at maybe another tenant, but the timing of the tenant using the facility would be after your facility hours.
And we'd agree to a condition to that effect.
However, there's a significant amount of pavement on the site beyond the parking that's already striped that looks like you could potentially stripe easily another 7 to 10 spaces.
You're exactly right.
Make the count even beyond 70 spaces.
You're
if you
exactly
needed
right.
to.
And we'd be willing to do that.
Okay, and then the last question, are you going to continue to employ these individuals that help with the parking scenario?
Absolutely.
At Hall Street?
Absolutely, because if you recall, and I'm sure you do, one of our requirements under 7.7 is to show that we have adequate security to protect the people on the site, and these gentlemen do a double function. I was there. Eric has seen it. Matt Hammer has seen it. They do a wonderful job. The control that they do outside of that facility takes care of that situation.
I was just thinking we are supplying already above, your current load, you're going from 16 to 64, and then potentially beyond that if you wanted to, that these people wouldn't have anything to do. But that's fine if they're going to be helpful. So this is pretty good. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
So I guess the final thing, I'll just touch base with you on Journey Lighties and Eric, if anything comes up here. There was also mention about putting in a stop sign, crosswalk,
Absolutely
lane
agreeable.
markings.
Absolutely. It's in, I think I say it in my report about that.
Yeah, well, I'm
We're
just checking with you to see if anything's changed since you...
We'll agree to do every one of the conditions that are in there and recommended.
So I would think if you had the two, I'll call it openings, we'd have to have signage for in and out. That would have to be in addition to, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Eric, anything else before I move on?
So, Mr. Chairman.
Just with that, do not enter signs at the exit only driveway, things like that.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'm willing to give up the floor for a while if you would like. I know there's a lot of people who want to talk, as long as I can be reserved some additional time. The major portion of the rest of the discussion that I have with reference to proving the elements that are necessary to get an approval for this special permit, I'm prepared to summarize. As you know, I've already submitted I think a pretty complete summary of what that is, but there are those items that I'd like to maybe give a little more detail on at another point, and I also have a list of what I would call some random comments that I think are very applicable to our situation and what's going on tonight, so I'll leave it up to you, Mr. Chairman. Shall I finish for now, or do you want to...
Well, I guess, we have to entertain 7.7, which you've talked about that, I'll say briefly, not intently. The 11.3.2, we also have that section which you've kind of touched upon.
Sure.
I just want to make sure, you say you want to kind of move on and hear from people and then come back.
I'm willing to
I'm trying to give you the opportunity to,
To get into those, sure.
I would just assume you get into those as opposed to, let's come back to it.
Absolutely glad to, Mr. Chairman. 11.3.2 speaks to how we deal with various aspects of the code, and 11.3.2A speak to the master plan, and then 17 other points. So if I can, I'll talk about those first. 11.3.2 speaks of neighborhood character. How does the project protect and enhance the character? And I say the proposed facility will be located within an LI industry, which is the largest such zone in the city. LI zoning districts and borders nearby, Route 3 dividing the city of Lowell and the town of Chelmsford. The majority of the standing buildings on Stedman Street within the district are 1- and 2-story industrial offices and retail in nature, and use the same few residential buildings. And there are few residential buildings, as I mentioned before, in a half-mile fewer than a dozen. There are other companies, light manufacturing, there's a distribution warehouse, there's a granite supply company, there's a plumbing supply company, there's talk about minimal neighborhood, residential neighborhood, very, very little. How does the project provide for social, economic, and community needs? I'll refer back to both the master plan and some of the answers I gave about that. And I'll also say that it helps by providing a local healthcare facility, primarily for the use of our residents, and also for the use of residents of neighboring communities. And by the way, somewhere in here, I think you'll note that I make reference to the Middlesex 3. The Middlesex 3 is something I never even knew existed. It's an organization of 10 communities around Lowell who are banded together to share and deal with common problems. And the reason it's called Middlesex 3, they are all bounding on Route 3. That's part of the regionalization aspect of how we help to provide for the social and economic needs of the community. Is the project consistent with the character, materials, and scale of the building? It certainly is. I would take the position that it's probably one of the nicest buildings in the area, a nice brick building, very well landscaped, etc. I won't take away from Mr. Daly. He did a very nice building himself across the street, and we think we're consistent with that. Does the project minimize the visual intrusion from visible parking, storage, and other outdoor service? Sure does. And the building and the parking areas are set back from Stedman Street like few of the others are, and the existing wooded lots all around it provide a substantial buffer. As far as the the environmental, does it have any negative environmental impacts? Zero, as far as we're concerned, and Mr. Hammer can probably answer some of those questions for you as well. Does the project minimize the volume of cut and fill and extent of stormwater flow? Let me make clear here. This type of question is generally related to a project where a building is going to be built and the site is going to be reworked and all of that stuff. We're talking about a building that's in existence, that meets the stormwater requirements and takes care of things like landscaping, et cetera, et cetera. So, as I say, that's the question 8. Does it minimize the contamination? Yes, it does, because it was there, it was working, and it does then. And if we put in another driveway, exit and entrance, we'll comply. And let me also say that, I'm sorry, we would agree to a condition to meet every single item that the city engineer has placed in her comments with regard to this facility. Dealing with stormwater and everything else, we'll agree to a condition with reference to that. Does it minimize obstruction of scenic views? It's a single-story building. If you want to call the woods behind it scenic views, I'm not sure if you can see clear through to the golf course at Mount Pleasant or not, but that's probably a scenic view. I don't think we interfere with it in any way. Does the project minimize lighting glare on abutting properties? We don't have any lighting glare of any kind on the property. Traffic access and safety, I don't think anyone wants to have me talk any more about that for the present time. That's number 12. Number 13, does it provide adequate access to each structure for fire and safety equipment and adequate facilities? I'm sure you've seen the submittal by the fire department that they have no objections to the facility. Obviously, it's been licensed and occupied for many years before that. Does the project provide adequate and safe pedestrian and vehicle access through and around the project? It's all our project. It's all our site. It's on site. But we already agreed with the city, and I think it was Eric's recommendation, maybe someone else in DPD, I'm not sure, Eric, that we put a sidewalk in the front with a separate marking and everything, and we will certainly do that. Let's see, additional impacts. Are there any substantial impacts on public services and utilities? None whatsoever. We have the utilities that are necessary to operate the facility. Does the project have any negative fiscal impact on the city, including impact on city services, schools, tax base, and employment? Certainly not. I'm glad I got a chance to mention that. Certainly not any negative impacts. What it does is it saves 35 jobs in the city, and we know what it does to help all the other people. But in terms of the other impact, this is not a nonprofit. This is a for-profit owner and a for-profit operation. It will continue to pay a very substantial sum of money in property taxes to the city of Lowell. And as you all know, they're required to have them up to date, and the owner has kept them up to date right to this moment. We certainly couldn't file a petition without that. Schools will have no effect on the schools. I showed you where the people come from. They're still going to come and go from those areas. Tax base and employment, so I think I covered those. Does the project comply fully with the zoning ordinance, including parking, signage, landscaping, open space requirements, curb cut lengths, and driveway widths? I think we pretty much addressed that, but to the extent we need to make any adjustments in landscaping and the conditions that were recommended that we put with regard to access and egress, we're willing to do that, Mr. Chairman. I can do 11.3.2, but if I could take a break to get a drink of water, I would appreciate it, and I'm not sure how you want to do
How
that.
about if I just ask you a couple of questions before you have
Sure,
a drink?
sure, I can hang in there.
Okay. So you kind of talked about the stormwater, and then you kind of moved on. So the the city engineer had comments, which I'm sure you saw regarding stormwater.
Did, yes.
I believe you made a comment, yeah, we'll abide by, I think the city engineer was pretty specific on what she was looking for. Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay.
Yep.
So I'm going to have that, I'll have that in the list of conditions if and when we get there. I just want to make sure you're okay with that.
Absolutely.
Landscaping plan, did we ever get a landscaping plan?
We didn't. I think what I said was that it's pretty well landscaped right now, but we'll abide by and agree in one of my most recent submissions with any suggestions from the DPD. Matt works with those folks all the time, and I'm sure we're going to dress it up.
Right. So, Joe, I guess a landscaping plan per se that we normally require, I don't believe is needed in this instance, but I'd probably put a condition in there that the petitioner work with DPD on a landscape plan per se, just so we, the board, have an idea of what the place is going to look like. I know it looks like was somewhat landscaped at one time, but I just want to make sure that you're okay with that one. You all set, Joe? Yeah, okay. So, Mr. Leides, we'll just have on the list of conditions that you'll work with DPD.
Absolutely.
What about signage?
My sense is we don't have signage now. We'd prefer probably not to put any at all. We don't have a retail business, so to speak, and the patients generally, I think, would prefer to have the degree of privacy that comes along with what they're doing now.
Okay, dumpster, you're going to use private service?
We're going to have a private pickup to the rear of the plan. I think you have a copy of the plan way around the back. I don't know that it's shown as being fenced, but obviously we'll comply with the city ordinance. And yes, I asked the folks recently, they have all the traditional medical waste handlers that come in on a regular basis to deal with any kind of medical waste.
So normally with the dumpster, per the dumpster regulations, the dumpster will be placed, you'll have screening and
Absolutely.
the regular regulations that go with the dumpster regulations.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We meet those requirements. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so I think it's time for a break. You can have that sip
Thank
of
you.
water.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we're going to take a brief recess at this point. People can stretch their legs and try to get cool.
Years ago, I lived in Lancaster. Yeah, I get keeps talking about people's free there. It's got two big sidewalks. From Chelmsford. Chelmsford Creek?
Okay, everyone, we're going to start the meeting back up, so hopefully people got relief, at least a couple of minutes. And where's Mr. Leighty's? Must be a long drink of water. All right, we'll wait for Mr. Leighty's to get in here. Thank you.
Shall I continue?
So we're back,
Shall I continue?
absolutely. So basically, we left off at 11.3.2, and we ran through some potential conditions.
Folks, I know I submitted it to the board at some point. I don't have it in the package that's immediately in my folder. My associate, Mr. Theodore, is trying to get it, but
Yep.
I'm pretty sure it's in the record somewhere. Maybe somebody can pick it up on the computer, but I'll, in a second, if we don't, I'll just answer it one by my own responses to them orally, as I've done.
Okay, so so what are you referring to now? What do you think we're going to do next? What would you like to do next?
I'm prepared to just outline to you some additional information. For example, I want to mention that I submitted a statement from a Bruce Henderson. I think you probably saw that,
Yep.
a neighbor who's there.
Yep.
He was here. Yes, he's in the corner. I should make reference to some of the other materials that were there. Lisa, God bless her, pointed out, she said to me, Mr. Elides, you didn't tell them about all the difficult, strict rules and regulations that we have and the little handbook that goes along with it. And I think if you saw in the package I gave to you tonight, there's a 24-page handbook that all of the people who are treated at the facility have to abide by. So I'm just making a reference to that. I also have and would like to talk about what I refer to as some random notes, but I don't know if, well, I can do that at the time. We talked about the story, we talked about Henderson, we talked about statistics. I know one of the important things that I haven't talked about. I keep talking about that there's a requirement for a special permit here. Well, not every use in a light industry zone is required to have a special permit. Interestingly, however, and I'd like you to take notice of this particular aspect of the thing. You can probably point, or I can probably point out that every health care organization has to go through a special permit process, but that's the standard special permit process. In the case of this one healthcare facility, the narcotic maintenance and treatment facility, there are extra different special requirements. And they are listed, and they are security. We have to prove that the organization has to prove that it's safe, and that that it's going to be safe for the people themselves and the area, the public. Well, first of all, as I indicated to you, we have actually 2 and a man in charge of security, 3 people who are dealing with that at all times. Every minute that the facility is open, there are 3 security people on site on the premises. That's an extra thing that we have to prove. Prove that we're safe in the neighborhood and whatever. We're encased in our own facility. We're not wandering anywhere else. If I'm conceding that we're all coming by cars, then obviously in the days when the facility was downtown, there were probably more people that may have walked there, and in fact, we know they did. But in this facility, I don't think that's going to happen. But there are probably people who might come on bicycle, or that might walk, or might take a bus. I think that's unlikely because they're going to be at Stedman and Westford and a long walk. But anyway, in terms of the security, as I said, the facility is mostly going to be taken care of on site. And what bothers me the most, I should say, is it's almost like by virtue of the fact that those words are used, that all of these people are dangerous people, which is an insult. They're disabled people, but they're not dangerous people per se. We have to prove we're not near a school. No other healthcare facility in the city has to do that. We have to prove that we're not near another facility of its type. We have to have a mandatory, we don't have to have a mandatory traffic study, but it's the one place, I defy you, I went through it, I searched it, I combed through it, it's the only type of project in the city code where it specifically says the zoning board may require that a traffic study be done. Not for any other can you do that, may require. It gives you permission to require, as you did and as we acceded to. So these are all little extra things, hoops that we have to go through. We're not building a new building, I told you that. I told you the hours we close, et cetera. And I think for the moment, Mr. Chairman, until I get back to the other materials, I'm going to just call it the moment for now and open the floor for those in the opposition to have their, more supporters, we hope, and just reserve the right, if I may, to do a little summary later on of what we've done.
So what we're going to do next is we're going to open up to the public. I will give you the opportunity at some point after that fact, maybe not immediately, but at some point I'll give you the opportunity to basically in closing, or you want to rebut something.
Please.
We're still going to go back to 7.7. That'll probably be our last hurdle for the evening, but
Correct.
procedurally we're going to go to the public meeting and open it up, okay?
Fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, what we'd like to do next is we're going to open this up to the public. Now, obviously, I'm going to probably predict there's going to be quite a few people that are going to speak, either for or against. I would only respectfully ask if somebody gets up and speaks about a subject that is clear and dear to your heart. I really don't think we need to have 10 people repeat the same thing, but I'm not going to restrict anybody. I would just ask that, whether you're for or against this petition, that you please keep that in mind. Even if you want to come up and introduce yourself and just say briefly what somebody else had already mentioned. So what we'll do at this point is, and also make sure you sign in at the podium with your name and address before addressing the board. So is there anyone here that would like to speak in favor of this petition? Please come to the mic. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name's Bruce Henderson. I live at 84 Stedman in Lowell.
Yep.
Right down the street from where the proposed facility is. I believe in your packet you received what I was going to say last time I was here, so I won't read it to you.
Yep.
I moved into the neighborhood about 17, 18 years ago. Before I could even buy my house, I had to go across downtown Boston to find out what was in the landfill that GE and the local towns had put in there. There's carcinogens, methadone, and all kinds of other chemicals in the landfill. So I don't think we should worry about chemicals that are coming out of a methadone clinic because they are safe. This town needs a methadone clinic. It needs a place that people can go recover from their habits, whether it's methadone or Suboxone. They need counseling. A methadone clinic, no matter where it is in Lowell, is needed. If they can't be downtown, there's nothing wrong with my neighborhood or any other neighborhood. It's not going to affect anybody walking by my house. Those people are in a hurry to get to a methadone clinic. They're not going to stop and break into my car or anything, and they're not going to break into a business in the neighborhood. A methadone clinic is a safe place to have as a neighbor, and there should be no reason why there should be so much opposition against a place that is only helping society and helping the people in society. And I have no opposition to a clinic down the street from my house.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak in favor? In favor? In favor? Hearing none, that portion of the public hearing is closed. Anyone like to speak in opposition? Yes, sir?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Douglas Hausler of Lampert, Hausler, and Rodman, representing Pride Star, which is at a butter across the street from this proposed project. I believe that a large part of the argument you've heard tonight, or the presentation, is playing to emotion and prejudice and isn't playing to address the key points that you need to consider, which is why this hearing is being held. And I think respectfully that the criteria which Mr. Elides finally focused on at the end of his presentation is the key focus. There are 2 points I'd like to address to the board. One is the assessment of whether the intensity of the use, regardless of whether it's a clinic or a manufacturing site or an office building, but the intensity of the parking, the trips, the employees, the number of people visiting the site, put aside the particular use. I think that needs to be examined in one set of criteria first. And then, respectfully, then you address the second criteria that are unique to a methadone clinic, which is under Article 7. Let's go first to that most important thing, the generic nature of the building and the site, and why it's inappropriate to have this type of intense use at that site. The parking is, in its current condition, awful, and there's no other way to phrase that, and there's no reason to pull any punches here. It currently exists of 2 dead-end parking, and even with some improvements as proposed by the city, still doesn't address the safety factors associated with that. The first thing you have to notice is that 17,000 square feet of the building is presently not being used. They're proposing tonight, for the first time that we've heard about it at least, that the 17,000 square feet of space, which is more than 50% of the building, is not going to be affected by the intense use and parking requirements associated with this. That's nonsense, and there's no other word to use, because if one uses 14,000 square feet, almost 15,000 actually, and if you use 250 square feet a person, the parking is almost 68 people just on that level alone. You have 14 employees. I don't know how they can get around the fact that they think there's only going to use 15 spots at any time or 28 spots. 14 employees and 2 security personnel who have to address this mass of intense use are going to be there throughout the time of the operation of the clinic. That's 16 parking spaces already devoted just to the employees. So that's one issue. The second issue with that is you have dead-end parking. The third issue you have with that is the safety issues of there's no public transportation being provided to this site, which is very different from the uses that you were being presented with respect to the postal service or with where the clinic currently is. No buses are going to serve anybody here. There are no trains located nearby. They're saying, and in fact, Mr. Elides is conceding it's unlikely. He thinks it's going to be largely van use, service use, but car-driven use, using parking spaces, as opposed to the current use now, where people, because of its location, perhaps do walk to it and make it less intense. You can't get around that. The other issue that you can't get around here is the argument that it doesn't affect a neighborhood. Unless my eyes are deceiving me, there are over 100 people here, and I believe if you ask most of them, they're going to say this is a neighborhood. I would think the 32-unit condominium owners who live basically across the street on the northerly side of Route 3, or the easterly side, I would say, I think they might say that they have their own neighborhood, and it's basically directly across the street from where this use is being proposed. And again, put the methadone clinic use aside. It's the intensity of the use. These 32 families are going to suffer a tremendous impact at key hours of the day. They admit from 6 to 10, it's an incredible amount of traffic being generated. Those 32 families are going to be affected because those 32 families go out to work and have kids and have buses to get, and that's certainly going to be impacted by the traffic this generates. Mr. Elias also refers to the fact that it's somewhat a self-regulated approach, that people are going to go there because they can park. I would argue that this type of parking and this lack of parking is a disincentive for a person to want to go to this site, because they're going to get frustrated that they can't get in, get out, and do what they need to do in the short time period they're accustomed to doing so. So in fact, its self-regulation is going to not be pertinent here. It will not work. It also, this proposed intense use doesn't create any new jobs for the city of Lowell, doesn't have any economic impact for the city of Lowell. It's relocating the existing jobs in downtown and putting them on the fringe of Lowell. That's all it's doing. There's zero economic impact to value for the city. So I don't see how it creates any economic benefits. No one is attacking, and it's almost unfortunate that it's been cast as we don't want it in our backyard. No one is challenging the medical needs or the desire to have such services available. That isn't the issue. The issue is this site appropriate for an intense use that generates 600 people or more a day, plus the number of employees? I then go to the issue of specifics of neighborhood character. It is 32 condominium units. There is a dance school located within 750 feet, which was not mentioned in the presentation. And I would be the first to recognize that in particularly Article 7 and 7.7.4, the school that they're talking about is public school, private schools. I understand that, but the idea, I think the spirit of that bylaw was the youth being in that area. And that's what we're really going to go to. It's not whether it's public or private. It's the fact that the use of the school is within the specific setback areas that are being proposed specifically in your bylaw that prohibit this type of proposed use. So I don't know how they get around that. I don't know why they ignored it. I would have tried to address that directly on. So my presumption would have to be that if you know there's a school use, you should either address it, and if you can't, admit you can't, and maybe they just chose the wrong place. And maybe they need to recognize that. I think there are about 100 people here that might support that idea. Going further, there were some other notions about risk and security and references to 5 incidents of security. No one's challenging the fact if their statistics are correct or incorrect. What is more relevant is they show that the bylaw requires security. I think that's an inherent implication that says there may be a reason why security is specifically addressed with this particular use. I don't know why the city included that specific requirement within its code as to methadone clinics, unless the city felt when it was developing the code that there was a specific concern for safety, that it required security personnel to be involved. And it does involve that. But what I might note is all the security you've heard about is what I call on-site security. There is no discussion about what happens when the person leaving the facility or coming to the facility is walking down or up Stedman Street, and what security risks exist or don't exist. There's no evidence before you on that whatsoever. They only talk about what occurs on their site. They're apparently making and rendering 17,000 square feet of this space economically useless that abuts their property. I think it's probably not the best economic use for a landlord to agree to limit in advance for the next, whatever length of their lease may be, 10 years, 15 years, whatever it may be, a restriction on the use of over 50% of his property. And I can anticipate that if you were to allow this particular use and this intensity of a use to use all 65 available parking spaces, that when the landlord finally gets a more appropriate use of the other 17,000 square feet, a year from now, 3 years from now, 10 years from now, that 17,000 square feet is going to require significantly more parking, and it's not going to be able to handle it. And it's not going to be able to handle it not because the overall site couldn't handle roughly 31,000 square feet of building, but it's because of the intensity of the first use is so overbearing, so overburdening the site, that it's going to render the rest of that property economically useless, and in fact could be the reason for an abatement of that portion of the property and hurt the city economically. Simply, it's the wrong use for this location. I anticipate others will address particular concerns of Chelmsford and others. Those are our highlights at this time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else like to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. No, not now, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Brian Ewing. I live at 218 Stedman Street, about 100 yards from the front door of the facility. First thing I'd like to address is the zoning change that was done in city council meeting and through your board. They said there was no opposition. I don't believe anyone here knew of that. I know I didn't. Being 100 yards away, I didn't get any kind of notification that there was any zoning change going to happen, because I'd have been there. Right now, I've been watching the site. There's been some work being done in the building. I knocked on the window. There was a gentleman in there a couple weeks back, and he said that I knocked on the window and asked him to come out, and I said, excuse me, what are you doing in there? I was just wondering. I thought this building was, nothing was in here yet. And I said, who are you? And he said, oh, he said, I'm not at liberty to say who I am. And I said, well, if there's any building going on in there, there's nothing posted on the windows right now. So I don't know if there's been any building or not, but I'll make it short. I know, people make bad choices in this world. Doing heroin is a crime in our society. I think these people, made bad choices, and they have to live with them and try to get better from them. But I'm 100 yards away. What's this going to do for my property value? I mean, I'm the house right next to the methadone clinic, which gets 500 visitors a day, 365 days a year. Get up Christmas morning, opening presents with my daughter, and oh yeah, there's 75 people over there waiting for their medicine. I just don't think there's a lot more of a neighborhood here than is being portrayed by the petitioners.
So, sir, you said you're at 218 Stedman?
Yes, I am.
Joe, should he have received a notification?
Yes, within 300 feet.
I did not, by
Okay,
mail or
well.
any type.
Is that the Lowell or Chelmsford side, Mr. Chairman?
That is the Lowell side.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
No, I mean, you've asked the question.
Wait a minute. This gentleman's up here. He hasn't finished it, Mr. Ladies.
I interrupted him once. So yeah, I haven't heard any studies on my property value. If anyone would like to buy my property after this opens up, I don't know if anyone would. Or,
So approximately, where is your home located?
my home is located one driveway away from this building, north.
Okay, on the same side of the street?
Yeah, same side of the
Okay,
street.
I know where you're at.
See their parking lot from my window.
Okay, I know where you're at.
And in the wintertime, I can see their whole building.
Yep, Okay.
Again, I've been robbed by a heroin addict. I caught him in the act. I was threatened in my own home by a heroin addict, and I had him put in jail. Held a 2-foot-long screwdriver to my head, and I managed to get the screwdriver away from him, and he fled, and he was apprehended by the police and my neighbor in my front yard, which my daughter witnessed, and she was scared to death, of course, but I didn't get into a physical altercation with him. My neighbor took him down and put my knee on his back. The police came shortly thereafter. That happened 3 years ago. She was, you know, I looked in the car, and he had stolen, you know, children's piggy banks and from 3 other previous houses that he'd broken into that day to feed his habit. His car was running in my driveway, heroin cooking spoon right in his front dashboard. So I am scared to have what I think is a bunch of people that make bad choices coming into my neighborhood daily, 365 days a year, and I don't really want it in my neighborhood. I don't. Anything else? As they don't have signs on the building, you know, okay, well, they're a healthcare facility. Every other healthcare facility, why not put a sign up? What good work you do, you know? I think it's, if you feel that strongly about it, you should at least advertise. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Members of the board, my name is David Daly. I reside at 40 Lillian Street in Lowell, Mass. I just want to say, I want to back up what Brian said. I own the building across the street, Kennedy Place Trust at 229 Stedman Street, which houses a couple of our entities, Pride Star EMS and Daily General Contracting. At no time did we receive any notice for a zoning change, and I can assure you that I would have attended such meetings. I could say, and I've been in Mr. Leidy's shoes before, I'm a developer, and I've been involved in, as people may or may not know, some controversial projects. But what I did differently and what he didn't do, and this petitioner failed to do, was reach out to the neighborhood. We wouldn't probably be here tonight, a lot of us wouldn't probably be here if the petitioner has done the right thing and held some town meetings or held some neighborhood meetings to explain what was going on. Instead, kind of in the dead of the night, we received this notice a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago for the first hearing. It's subsequently grown in opposition since then, since everyone here has now learned about what the actual true use is going to be. And I got to say that I've been a 20-year paramedic. Dr. Passanen was my teacher at the Lowell General ER. I have tremendous respect for him. His son taught my brother in medical school. He's been a mentor to me and to my business. What these people do is God's work. There are people like Angel and Lisa that do need these services. None of us dispute that. I don't dispute that. I've been a paramedic and an EMT in this city for 20 years, and they are the people that help save the people that when we used to bring them back to life, giving them Narcan, and they are saving people's lives. My problem, and what they haven't made a good case for, is this location. This is not the location for this. And the truth is, although they are helping people, this is a for-profit entity owned by a private equity fund, which is owned by Bain Capital. I've dealt with private equity funds. I've dealt with them. God bless them. It's a capitalistic society, and everyone's here to make money. But in dealing with private equity funds, I can tell you right now, if you weren't making a lot of money, they wouldn't be in the business, okay? So let's get that clear. The other reason here is the fact that the only reason they're currently leaving their current location is a financial one, that the lease went up too high and that they decided that it's just too much for them to absorb. In the last month or so, I've been approached by at least 2 people who've expressed an interest in having this type of use at their location. And I've had those people reach out to Mr. Leidy's and said, hey, express to them that there's a great location. And I can tell you that it's closer to downtown, it's closer to public transportation, and these people would embrace, this neighborhood area would embrace this type of program. This traffic study did one thing, but it didn't do another thing, and that's my issue. It didn't address, and I guess I asked the petitioner and the city engineer, did it address foot traffic? Did anyone discuss foot traffic at all? Was foot traffic part of the study?
Mr. Daly, just address the board
Okay,
right now.
can I go through the chairman and ask that? Because it's an important component.
Just address the board with, your opposition, then I can make a decision whether I want to entertain it with either the city or with the petitioner.
I have pictures here of Stedman Street.
Yep.
Okay, and as we've all, and as the petitioner admitted to, is the fact that there's no actual sidewalks, either on the northern or southern boundary of this location. Currently, he said probably 300 to 400 people are from Belvedere and downtown and Centerville and Pawtuckville. Those are locations that can be walked to from their current location. This location doesn't allow that. These people would have to get either public transportation or take a vehicle. It doesn't have the parking capacity, and the true issue here is, they're concerned about the safety of their patients. The true safety of the patients is going to definitely be an issue when one of them gets hit by a car on Stedman Street trying to get their methadone. I mean, there are no sidewalks going all the way up either side. I guess one of the other things he did mention was fiscal impact. And as Brian had mentioned, and I think other people mentioned tonight, is the fact that you can't argue the fact that in 2009, when I built this building, I can tell you right now, that I would have had second thoughts if this clinic was across the street. And I've said this before, it's not about the use of this. It's the fact that if they were selling popsicles to 500 to 800 people a day, I'd be up here in opposition. There's just too many people on that street and not enough capacity to serve them. There's a major safety issue here. The second thing I wanted to talk about was the lack of signage. I currently have people coming into our building all the time and asking where 225, is this 225, is this 81, is this, and the fact that they're against putting up a sign also I take issue with. So I'm just going to close out by saying that obviously I'm against this. I think most people are against this. This is not about the use. I support having this use in the city. I was recently out at a new detox opening in the Tewksbury State Hospital. Beautiful new building that they put out there for detox for heroin. And it was and I thought at the time, what a great spot on all these acres out here to put the methadone clinic. It'd be a great spot. Now, I don't think Representative Maselli, he might embrace that, or he might not, or the residents of Tewksbury, but it's something else that these people haven't really truly vetted other areas to make a good decision on what is the best location. I can assure you of something tonight. This is not the right location. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Naushad Syed. I am representing 131 Stedman Street. Unfortunately, I'm not a lawyer or CEO. I won't be able to as eloquent as they were. But trust me, I have been worried sick about the safety of my kids and my friends' kids ever since I heard that this clinic is going to come up there. And I heard for them, with all due respect, for 1.5 hours. I didn't hear anything that I can go back to my home and I'll tell my wife that, honey, our kids and our friends' kids will be fine there. I didn't hear anything. Let me tell you that I did my own research before I came to the conclusion that this is not the right thing in our neighborhood. I tried to find out what are the consequences of having a drug clinic in our neighborhood. I didn't find any good reason, any good consequences, any good effect. All I found was tons and tons and tons of things which brings bad thing to the neighborhood. I heard so many things, but nobody talks about the consequences, like about having being a drug dealers being there and breaking in the things. All due respect, sir, I felt insulted when you characterized me that I think that those people who are suffering from these addictions, I call them all bad names. We all know people who have at least one loved one who has been going through the addiction. And I feel that they need our love and our compassion to get over this addiction. But I don't think, as he mentioned, that this is the right location. Within this area, there are several religious institutions. There are other institutions like dance classes where kids going in and out at all the time, all the weeks. I mean, is the safety? I'm really concerned about their safety. The location, as I said, surrounded by all these places where kids come in and out. And having the center will put them at the risk. And again, I said, please don't get me wrong. I think they need our compassion to get over this addiction, but not in this location. So for the sake of kids' safety and security, I don't think having this drug center in this location will be a good idea. And I will urge Mr. Chairman, you and other board member, that before you take the decision, please try to imagine your own kids home alone, living next to the drug center. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Scott Consall, on behalf of Calvary Chapel. Premises located, my offices are located on Main Street in Tewksbury. First and foremost, I just want to repeat, because I think it does bear repeating. This is not an issue of a lack of compassion for people who are suffering from addiction. As a defense attorney formerly, I dealt with a lot of people through the courts who suffered with these issues. I understand that the difficulties they face, and quite frankly, I applaud Angel and Lisa for the work that they've done and the work they continue to do on a daily basis for their sobriety. This isn't about that. We're not here to denigrate these people. We support them in their efforts. The issue here is the location and the suitability of this location for this particular use. And that is what I would like to address. With respect to the bylaw itself, we've heard council talk about 11.3.2, and I think it bears repeating with respect to the traffic flow and safety, including the parking and loading. We continue to have some serious concerns with respect to that, and I think prior council addressed that quite adequately, so I won't go into my objections, but I guess I would just incorporate his comments with respect to that and request that the board take that into consideration. I should mention that there is public transportation on the Chelmsford side, which is directly by the senior housing development there, and that is a shorter distance to this proposed location. And if people were to take public transportation, I would expect they would probably want to take that stop because it's a closer pedestrian walk to this location. With respect to 7.71, the drafters talk about not providing a location for patients to wait for treatment in the vicinity of children. With respect to 7.73, it talks about what must be met to issue the special permit. And again, to adequately address issues of traffic demand, parking, and especially at peak periods of the facility and its impact on the neighboring uses. I believe that Pastor Ed Conway has submitted photographs to the board through the assistant town manager, assistant city manager with respect to peak uses and times and the traffic difficulties that already exist in terms of parking in this area because of the many uses that are currently there. But our concern obviously is with 500 people a day coming there according to Council Attorney Leides, a very short window of roughly 4 hours. That is only going to increase the traffic and potential safety concerns in this area. Specifically, I'd like to address 7.74, which states in relevant part that it shall not be located within 750 feet of a public or private school. In the instant case, Calvary Chapel is located approximately 300 feet away from the petitioner's location. They were notified as an abutter within 300 feet. Calvary Chapel has many programs for its children, including Stedman Academy. Stedman Academy is a parent-led homeschool cooperative for grades 2 through 12. They meet weekly at Calvary Chapel for classes in history, literature, and writing. Their academic calendar is September through May. And they will have been in this location for 2 years this month. Prior to that, Community Christian Academy held its high school in the same location for 10 years, and this is in the basement of Calvary Chapel at 131 Stedman Street. It is also still used and still available for use for Christian Academy's grammar school to do their testing there. In addition to the Stedman Academy, Calvary Chapel has other children's and educational activities for their children. They have a preschool play group that meets there. They have youth band, youth group, children's club, and Sunday school, which are all a mere 300 feet away from the petitioner's proposed location. They service at Calvary Chapel alone approximately 100 children. Also located within the immediate area are 6 houses of worship, including Calvary Chapel. Among those are Grace International Church at 229 Stedman Street, Deeper Life Bible Church at 225 Stedman Street, Mill City Baptist Church at 225 Stedman Street, the Islamic Society of Greater Lowell at 131 Stedman Street, and it's Portuguese, so I'll spare you the pronunciation because I'm not very good at it, but it's the Assembly of God Church at 131 Stedman Street. My understanding is that the Islamic Society of Greater Lowell has religious education during the week, and they also have religious education on Saturday and Sunday mornings during the same time period that the proposed facility will be open. And they service approximately 200 children. At Calvary Chapel, they have services, I should say, Sunday school also on Sunday mornings for about 100 children. Also at the Assembly of God Church, they have educational programs on Saturday and Sunday mornings for their children. In addition to the location at 131 Stedman Street, Calvary Chapel has recently purchased a property located at 147 Stedman Street. The church has been planning for many months to convert the property at 147 Stedman Street into a church playground and recreation area, and to also use this for outdoor sacraments such as baptisms and the like. That location is approximately 50 feet away from the petitioner's proposed location. It's directly across the street from Old Canal. And that is, there's currently an older house that's dilapidated on the property. The church is in the process of the necessary permitting in the town of Chelmsford to be able to take that structure down and to beautify that area and use it for those purposes. I can tell you that had the church known about petitioner's plans, they may not have moved forward on this location. And I say that just so that council will realize that this was not something that was done at the last minute in an effort to try to stop anything with respect to this petition. This is something they obviously, went to offer and contract to purchase and all those things many months ago. The bottom line with respect to this is I respectfully suggest that this would be a violation of 774 to locate this proposed use at this location within the 750 feet of the petitioner's location. I won't speak for the other houses of worship in the area because I don't represent them, but I'm sure they will want to speak for themselves with respect to the different programs that they have for their children. Part of the reason that Calvary wanted to acquire 147 Stedman Street is because of the Stedman Academy as well as the other children's programs, and not really having a suitable location for recreation and similar activities for these students. And that is really the primary purpose, one of the primary purposes of acquiring this property and the intended use with respect to this. So I could go on. I don't want to take up too much more of the board's time. I know there are a lot of people besides me who want to speak to this. I would like, if I may, Mr. Chairman, to leave copies of my memorandum, which pretty much summarize the arguments that I've made this evening, and I appreciate the board's time. But for all the reasons I've stated and perhaps many more, we respectfully suggest that this is not the proper location for this use. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening to the board. My name is Paulette Jeffroy, and my husband and I own and operate a long-term care pharmacy within 750 feet of this proposed location, and we are vehemently against this location.
What's the address of the location?
We're at 225 Stedman Street.
Okay.
We have a long-term care facility there. We operate 365 days a year. We have a staff of 65 people. We have an on-call staff 24 hours a day. We have 22 drivers that are in and out of that building. We are concerned for the safety of our staff. We are long-term care, which means we do have a fair amount of controlled substances and opiates in that facility. And we are totally against this, as it would be a very undesirable element that would be brought to this area. And with that, I am hoping that the board will reject this.
Good, thank you, ma'am.
Hi.
Yes, ma'am. Hi.
I think I'm here for a little bit of different reasons than others. I'm really not for or opposed in a sense, but I am here to share
Can I have your
insight.
name and address, please?
Vicki Keith, 31 Canongate Road in Tingsboro.
Okay.
I am here because I want to just speak about heroin addiction and methadone treatment, as well as what I have observed for 5 years at the methadone clinic, not being a patient. I have 3 children. One got a bachelor's degree, my oldest. The other 2 are heroin addicts by their late teens. I'm sorry. I'm going to read because it'll be easier for me. I just feel the truth needs to be told about Habit Opco Methadone, the clinic in Lowell, and the violence that I am aware of that has transpired there. Both of my children had a significant amount of time being treated at the methadone clinic. My daughter had 5 years, my son had 1. During this time, they were both taking methadone at the Lowell Habit Opco clinic. They were both prescribed 90 milligrams of methadone a day, the normal being, according to medical journals and medical professionals that I've consulted, 20 to 40 milligrams is significant. They were both on over 90. Unfortunately, on October 4th, 2012, my son was threatened by a male while in line at the clinic to get his dose, and he ignored the threat, and he exited the clinic only to be jumped by 2 men waiting outside for him on the street, right outside the clinic. Apparently, it was over a girl. My daughter then exited the clinic to find 2 men beating my son about the head, the chest, and the back. She pulled one of the men off of him and hit him. She hit him to get him off of him. In return, the man punched my daughter in the face. She had been at this clinic for 5 years, never had one incident. The security guard was of no assistance. My son couldn't even make it to his sister's car in time, which was parked very close by the clinic. He couldn't even make it to the car. They had him on the ground. They were beating him. She pulled one off. She hit him. He punched her. The security guard that was in the parking lot observed this and never tried to intervene. One security guard. It was then, and why I'm here for you, I believe, the businesses that the security guard from across the street came over and intervened from a business across the street and said, if this doesn't break up, get out, I'm calling the police. There was never a report filed. My daughter came home with her face swollen out to here. My son had marks on his back, his chest, his neck. The police were not notified. With that being said, that's why I think the police think there's such a low rate of this violence outside the clinic. Later that day, my daughter received a phone call from Mr. Myers, the director. He threatened that if she returned to that clinic, she'd be arrested then, and only then, because they saw her on video surveillance assault a man. She explained the 2 men had jumped her brother, and they were beating him badly. He conveyed to her that the rest of the video was blurry, and they were unable to identify the other people involved in the altercation. I then called Mr. Myers, in essence giving away that my son was one of them involved in the altercation. I explained to him that my son was brutally and viciously attacked, that he had had no problems at that clinic in that year, nor had my daughter in 5 years. Which is another question. When are you coming off of it? 11 years? I'm a little concerned. Maybe that's why there's 800 and something people going there, because they don't come off of it. When you're on 90 milligrams, medical professionals recommend you come off 1 milligram a day. That's the safe way to come off of methadone, 1 milligram. They cut my daughter off cold turkey. You're getting robbed now. I can guarantee you that. I'm sorry to say, you're getting robbed very shortly because she's going to need something. She was cut off cold turkey. This decision, I believe, was inhumane. Mr. Myers suggested she go to the Beverly Clinic. They gave her an appointment in 3 weeks. My son was later called in for questioning. He was dismissed from the clinic, and they gave him 2 weeks to detox from 90 milligrams of methadone a day. This adds up to approximately 6.4 milligrams per day, as opposed to 1, which is medically safe. In addition, my son cheeked his daily doses, and if none of you are aware of that, he was putting a cotton ball in his mouth and letting half of the methadone absorb into the cotton ball, and then going in the car and giving it to my daughter to help alleviate her symptoms of withdrawal, to do anything to try to help her because she was so sick. Thus, he was actually weaning off of this methadone at approximately 13 milligrams per day. They both needed medical treatment. Erica was denied detox after detox after detox because they could not believe that she was on 90 milligrams of methadone. They could not help her. What are they going to give her at that point? They couldn't help her. She was on 90 milligrams a day. They said it was way too much. She finally did find one. I helped her. We found one. They released her 3 days later, which is typical. They both relapsed in late October, early November. In late November, on November 26th, I went in front of a judge at Lowell District Court, and I asked that both of my children be sectioned via Section 35 to keep the public safe, because I believe in protecting people. They create victims when they're using. As much as I love my children and I want them safe, I want the public to be safe as well. They would not section my daughter, but they did section my son. The judge gave him up to 90 days. The next day, my son called me from Bridgewater and thanked me for saving his life. They only kept him for 11 days. 6 days later, I watched my grandchildren on December 13th, and I came home. It's from 4:30 to 7:30, and I came home at 7:30 and panicked because his bedroom was empty. I said, oh, thank God, he just must have gone somewhere. And as I exited his bedroom, I tripped over his leg, and he was bleeding out in the bathroom with a syringe beside him. And he died. He was already dead. I couldn't revive him. I tried. I'm here to say that this is not the only violent incident that I'm aware of that has occurred at that clinic. My daughter has conveyed to me that on at least 3 occasions in the past couple of months she was at that clinic, she saw people fist fighting directly outside the clinic and never saw a police car respond. Nobody wants to get arrested. Let's not forget about Timothy Lewis, who was enticed to follow somebody a little over a year ago and was stabbed brutally to death after leaving that clinic when he was threatened over being cut in line. I'll tell you what I saw. Now, 5 years I've had there. I've given a lot of rides. I sit in my car and I watch. I've witnessed screaming matches. I've littered with obscenities, drug deals being made, vans pulling up with hordes of people getting in line, and people being brought in handcuffed by the Lowell Police Department. And I think that's a good thing. They understand the necessity of the treatment. If someone's on methadone, you are deathly sick if you don't get it. There's plenty of violence associated with that methadone clinic, and that's the only reason I'm here, because I believe that the people are not. I'm reading these articles in the Lowell Sun thinking, why is this not being addressed? All I'm hearing about is parking lots. And that's great that they can help them get off of heroin, and they certainly helped my 2 kids. They didn't help them get off methadone, though, and methadone is more addictive than heroin. They didn't help them in a healthy manner. I'll end with my words my son said to me every time I took him to that clinic. Roll up the windows, Ma, lock the doors, and don't talk to anyone, no matter what. And if this clinic ends up in your neighborhood, you might want to heed his advice. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, sir?
Hello, my name is Matt Hansen. I'm the chairman of the Chelmsford Board of Selectmen. I live at 181 Littleton Road in Chelmsford. With me, I have Selectman Jim Lean and Selectman Janet Askenberg, also from the Board of Selectmen. As I'm sure you're aware, on May 16th, my board sent you a letter unanimously in opposition to this particular proposal. I would like to read that into the record today and just make some closing statements, if that's okay. And I'd also just like to note that the Chelmsford School Committee also drafted a letter unanimously opposing this, and that included the school superintendent as well. Some of the reasons that they noted were the multiple bus stops along Smith Street and Stedman Street, along the Westlands neighborhood, where traffic is a serious concern. At the Smith Street bus stop, there are actually 2 school bus stops along that street as well, where children are getting picked up and dropped off on a daily basis. So those are some of their concerns. I think they also noted that there's a preschool in Chelmsford 1 mile from the facility. I know that's outside the range, but it is still an issue of concern. So if I could, I'd like to read a letter into the record now. It states, Dear Chairperson Bailey and members of the board, Chelmsford Board of Selectmen unanimously opposed the proposed narcotic detoxification facility at 22 Old Canal Drive and respectfully request that you deny the special permit application by Habit OpCo Incorporated. We strongly oppose the location of the facility for several reasons. While the proposed methadone clinic is within a light industrial zoning district in Lowell, it does abut Chelmsford's Westland neighborhood, which is a densely populated residential area. This includes single-family homes, condominiums, apartments, and senior housing. The methadone clinic is projected to service in excess of 500 patients per day on its busiest days, and we're concerned about the projected traffic, both foot traffic and vehicular traffic, and the negative effects it will have on our neighborhoods. It's reasonable to predict that Chelmsford's roads will be forced to absorb a large amount of the vehicular traffic on its way to and from the facility, including the use of Chelmsford Stedman Street, Smith Street, and Dalton Road. All of these roads are densely populated, including families with young children who walk and ride bikes on the sidewalks. Since this type of facility has a highly frequent turnover of patients, traffic will be continual flow during the 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. operating times during the week and 6 a.m. through 11 a.m. on the weekends. We believe that this substantial increase in vehicular traffic will create a very hazardous and dangerous situation for our residents. Regarding increased foot traffic, we're very concerned about the fact that the closest bus stop to the facility on the Lowell side is on Westford Street and Stedman Street, which is a half-mile walk to the facility. And this distance, especially during inclement weather, could encourage bus riders to use the Chelmsford bus stop, which is a closer distance, and it's at Smith Street and Stedman Street. Our concern is that this bus stop is at a senior housing complex, and the increased traffic at our senior complex is of concern to us and to the safety of our senior residents. Also, Chelmsford's Community Education Center is located 1 mile from the proposed facility. This facility is located at 170 Dalton Road, one of the roads that we believe will be used as a major access road to Stedman Street and to the clinic. Our Community Ed Center is home to Chelmsford School's preschool program, Chelmsford Integrated Preschool. Our preschool serves 3-year-old to 5-year-old children. The preschool operates from 8 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., hours of operation that are very similar to the hours of operation for the proposed clinic. We're very concerned that the increased vehicular traffic and possible foot traffic will create a hazardous environment for those children and families that are dropping off and picking up during the school day. This is also a very densely populated with both adults and children walking and riding bikes on the sidewalks in that area. While we acknowledge that a narcotic detoxification facility provides a much-needed service to the Lowell community, we ask that you consider the negative impact the traffic associated with this facility will have on Chelmsford's abutting neighborhoods. We strongly believe that the negative impact on a resident's quality of life far outweighs any benefits to having this narcotics detox facility being allowed to operate at this proposed location. We respectfully request that you deny the special permit request for Habit OpCo Inc. and appreciate your time and attention to our concerns. Regards, Matthew Hansen, Chairman, Chelmsford Board of Selectmen. Just a few other concerns that I'd like to address quickly. As the applicant noted, 14 people come from Chelmsford and the other 500 come from Lowell, which is a good reason why this facility should be centrally located. As he states, many people walk to the facility now, and many more will actually have to drive to this new facility. So for the sake of ensuring that their profits remain high, they're actually going to make it more difficult for people to receive their medicine and receive their treatment. It's also a less sustainable approach that's going to increase car traffic and increase the carbon footprint. In addition, I'd just also like to address the neighborhood issue one more time. In the City of Lowell zoning bylaws, for a special permit for a narcotics detox facility, 7.7.3E, it says, quote, adequately addresses issues of traffic demands, parking, queuing, especially at peak periods of the facility, and impact on neighboring uses. And then section 11.3.2A, criteria for special permits, B, neighborhood character, subsection 2, it says, applicant has to meet this criteria. How does this project protect, enhance the character of the existing neighborhood? Successful projects should reflect the density, the urban settings, the setbacks, heights, and landscaping elements of the surrounding buildings. And when you look at the neighborhood, we do this in Chelmsford, I'm sure you do it here too, a neighborhood does not stop at an imaginary boundary that's drawn up between two communities. When we look at issues of economic development, public safety, transportation, where liquor establishments are located, we literally in Chelmsford draw a full circle. Sometimes a public safety facility, a fire station, or a liquor store, it's located in Lowell, and we consider that in our decisions because we draw a full circle. Certainly when you look at the neighborhood that this is located in, if you were to draw a full circle, I think you'd see that there's a lot more to this picture than meets the eye. And that's why we bring up these issues of traffic and things like that, because these serious issues of traffic are going to impact a neighborhood. There is a very real neighborhood in this area. And I honestly believe that responsibility within our community does not just stop at a town line. So that's why we would respectfully request that you take these issues into consideration when you make your decision. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ken Hughes. I live at 4 Flint Street in Chelmsford. I live in the Westlands area that Matt just referred to, less than 1.5 miles from the proposed site of the clinic. I'd like to say that I've spent pretty much my entire adult life working in the healthcare field, working with people with addiction, and continue to do so today. I believe in the purpose of such a facility. I just do not believe in the location of it at this point in time. Habitat Co-op's own philosophy talks about building strong relationships within the community. I think if you look around the room tonight, you'll see that the people who do live and work and worship in this community do not feel that this is an appropriate place for your center. A lot of stuff that I was going to say Matt said and said very well, so I won't keep repeating. I would like to say that I think Attorney Elias has downplayed the scope of the community, that it is mostly single-family resident homes within less than a mile. I think he said within a half mile there was less than 6 homes. I would strongly disagree with that, with his assertion. I would also like to also bring up the foot traffic issue. The paperwork that I believe was submitted by Attorney Elias has a breakdown of the times where people travel to the current location, and it says there could be as many as 65 people. It says various modes, which includes walking. It says buses and cabs and stuff. But if you take that at its most, 65 people an hour, that's 260 people that will then be walking through the neighborhoods. I also, while I did hear about the traffic impact statement at the intersection of Westford and Stedman Street, I don't know if a traffic impact statement was done at where Stedman intersects Dalton Road. Dalton Road, as Selectman Hanson mentioned, not only has a daycare there, but also feeds directly off Chelmsford Street, which feeds directly from the Lowell line, and again would be a major access point for people coming from Lowell to go to the clinic. So I don't know if that was part of, I didn't hear, and I might not have just heard, but I'd like to point out that perhaps that also should have been part of the traffic impact statement. In closing, I would just like to say that earlier, I believe that the CEO stated that part of Habitat OPCO's strength is how it blends into the community. He said a strength of it was, we've had people tell us that they don't even know that we're there. Well, I think that based on tonight's showing, we know that you're there, and while it is an important thing for a facility for the people of Lowell who suffer from this disease, and I do believe strongly that it is a disease, this is not the proper location for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Ken Skelly, 14 7th Street, Chelmsford. Town meeting rep, Precinct 6. Precinct 6 is the one that abuts the town line that we're talking about. I agree with everything that these guys have said so far. The only things I just want to put on there is that when you look at Stedman Street on the Chelmsford side, from 110 up to Dalton, routinely, that traffic gets backed up more than halfway between that section, and it gets backed up from Dalton up Stedman towards Lowell. And that intersection between Dalton and Stedman, that's actually a 5-way intersection, so it's a little bit trickier than a regular 4-way. But the traffic at peak hours already backs up, and so when I do the math, I hear what these numbers being thrown out. It sounds like you could have, on average, a car entering or exiting 7th Street every 15 seconds between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. And I'm hard-pressed to see how that's not going to impact traffic. If the studies say it, but on the Chelmsford side, I'd ask that you guys, do it. If you do want to go forward, which I hope you don't, is to get a traffic study on the Chelmsford side to see what it really going to do to the neighborhood, because it's already heavily burdened with traffic. All right? Thank you.
Yes, sir?
Hi, my name is Jerry Field. My wife and I own an industrial building at 181 Stedman. We never got notified of the zoning change. We never get notified of what we're here to talk about tonight. As far as the traffic, 500 to 600 cars a day, I seriously question that that is right. You can't tell me they're going to move from a small building to a big building. They're a for-profit corporation, and 5 years down the road, they're still only do 500 cars. They could be 800, they could be 1,000, they could be 1,500 cars. That concerns that whole area with the traffic. It'll only make it worse as time goes along. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Joanne Daraga. I live at 9 Briarwood Road in Lowell, but I have a business at 210 Stedman Street. I've been there for 9 years. I own and operate Planet Dance.
Okay.
I am 50 yards from the driveway of this proposed clinic. So I'm here to represent myself and the 300 families that come to my studio weekly. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of gossip, a lot of concern. Already, I'm feeling it for the registrations for my fall classes. People are waiting to hear what's going to go on with this. I do have preschool classes, weekday mornings and Saturday mornings. We have classes usually around 9 a.m., 8 to 11 a.m. I am concerned, obviously, for when the business hours are closed. My families are. Like I said, yes, there's 300 families. That's about 550 students weekly. My students range from 2 to 15 is the average age. So I did not get any notification about this. I heard from Brian Ewing. I'm here to speak from the heart about my concerns. I absolutely oppose this. And I'm missing my daughter's band concert to be here. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Eileen Kenny. I live at 140 Stedman. I'm here to represent the condo association. We have 16 units, and we're pretty much directly across the street, and we were also not given notification ahead of time. We were notified.
Just so I can interrupt you a quick second. These are the units on the Chelmsford side.
Yes.
So basically looking west, southwest.
I'm not very good with direction, but
okay.
if that's the way that you say it is, then sure. It's
okay.
the pink buildings.
Correct.
Okay.
Gotcha. Yep. Thank
That's
you.
us.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. So that was a great concern to all of us, and we were lucky that one of the neighbors actually made photocopies of the last hearing notice and stuck it on our doors. And if they had not done that, none of us would have even known anything was going on. So that was really a big concern for all of our residents. The traffic is definitely a concern, and I think that unless you live on Stedman Street, you don't really understand how busy the street already is. There are days when I can't get out of the parking lot on my way to work because the road is backed up. And so on some days, it actually takes me 45 minutes just to get down the street. So, so that's a serious concern. And the hours that this operation is going to be is at the height of rush hour, the morning commute. So that's a really big concern for us. And then as far as the parking that's been discussed so much, I looked at the plans and I noticed that they're taking less than half of the building. And I know that the attorney this evening talked about the fact that there's another tenant that is looking to lease the other half of the space, but that they're only going to be open the opposite hours that they are open. And I seriously question that because I've never met any company that has opened at 2 in the afternoon. So I still think that there's a parking issue, along with the egress, which has already been discussed. And then as far as finances are concerned, my understanding, and, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the reason that they're not renewing the lease where they are is that their rent has increased. And, having this facility move into our area is going to have a financial impact on the people in the area. And, I don't feel that it's appropriate that a company not wanting to pay a rent increase gives them the right to put the financial burden on somebody else. And one other thing that I wanted to mention is that some of the neighbors, and I know Brian got up and spoke about how he has seen some people in the building and has gone over there. There was another person, another neighbor that I know has seen construction vehicles going in and out of there. And I personally have not seen it, so I can't say. I'm just saying what somebody has told me. But my question and concern is, why would there be any vehicles or construction work going on if this is still in the planning and appeal stage? So, and there are no permits posted. So, so that's a real concern. And one of my other neighbors, who I believe is up there, actually saw some folks, some dressed in a nurse's scrub outfit, taking a big trash bin out. And I can only work on the assumption that that has something to do with this particular facility. And again, if they don't already have this approved, why would they even be in the space? So, and I mean, just overall thoughts. I mean, first off, our Chelmsford residents were not taken into consideration whatsoever. I've read through all of the paperwork, and it just talks about how it's in a light industrial zone in Lowell. So there's nothing about Chelmsford in there at all. And the fact that it's brought up on several occasions that it's not residential is quite offensive to, I know, the people that live in our complex. We have 16 units, and every one of us pay taxes just like everybody else in the area, and we deserve the same representation. So, and we're not the only homes. There are single-family homes as well. So we just want to make sure that we're being taken into consideration. And lastly, I'd like to say that none of us are opposed to people getting treatment. We just think that it's the wrong place. I think that they should be in a hospital setting where they're set up to do those types of things, where they have security, 24-hour security, and something that's just not near residential homes and children and playgrounds and schools, and more centrally located to public transportation. And this site just isn't. And the only public transportation that there is near there is that there is the LARDA bus, but it's a half-a-mile walk. The closest bus stop is actually in Chelmsford, and it provides a sidewalk. On the Lowell side, the closest one is on Westford Street, but there are no sidewalks. So the choice by the patients that would need to walk to a bus stop would likely be to go to the stop in Chelmsford, because it would be safer to walk to, and it would be closer. And It's just that it happens that that bus stop is on the same property as an elderly and disabled housing complex. And that's very troubling. And just in closing, I have some petitions. If you would like to take them, I have 123 signatures here.
Sure.
I know there are some other folks that, that have petitions signed as well. And thank you for your time.
Good evening, Chairman, the board.
If I can just interrupt you for a quick second. I just want to read into the record that I received these signed statements from the past opponent. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm here representing 131 Stedman. I'm an active participant of ISGL. I have two children. One is 2 years old, one is 5, and they will be enrolling in the school that was talked about earlier that hosts about 200 children Sunday morning and more programs during the week. My name is Kamal Shernak, and the address is 131 Stedman Street is what I'm presenting today. This is on the Chelmsford side, right across 131 Stedman. There was a lot of talks about that. Okay, so I'll try to keep this unique, but I wanted to bring up some points that may have been implied, but emphasize on them. I think there's a lot of talk about the 6 to 10 a.m., but I think there needs to be consideration to the time before and after. 6 in the morning is where school buses pick up the children. You have people who are in need, definitely in need to come and take the medication. So they are coming to get in, out, and go to the school. They're in a rush. They're in a state of need for their medication in the morning. So you can just imagine that on the way over, as you heard, there are many residential areas that will be impacted. The children are on the street waiting for the buses. So just keep that picture in mind. After 10 o'clock, there will be impact. There are people who will not be making it by 10 o'clock. They are in need of this medication. They will be hanging around the area. They'll be coming after. Not just people who are participating and have been admitted, but people who come because of that location. So I think there needs to be consideration here to the time outside the 6 to 10 p.m. I believe the impact is much greater than that. I think there's been enough talked about that it's not about the people who are being treated here. I think this is for a great cause. I respect the people who come for the treatment, but you're talking about the 500 people on a daily basis. Just take 1% of that and assume on one day they have a bad day. 1%, that's 5 people. That's a lot of impact, okay? That's all it takes. It's not nothing against that person. It's just that they are in need of their medication, they are sick, but a very small number of percentage will have huge impact in an area that you have heard so far is full of children and residential area. Again, it's not about these people also, but also you heard from the woman who stood here before. She made a very good point. I was going to give a good example of what I'm going to highlight is about the other people that will draw with them. They're waiting for them outside, trying to get them to get the medication for them. I think there needs to be a specific consideration for that as well. From parking perspective, the children that are attending the ISGL or the church right next door are right across the road from the building. I think any person will, you can see it's right across on the right-hand side. Because of the way this parking is set up, there will be people parking across the road and walking over. I think this is going to be a very realistic scenario. When you do that, then you have the foot traffic of folks and the impact on the neighbor, whether you like it or not. I noticed the person emphasized clearly in his documentation here, the representative, that he considered Lowell only. I think that's, I question the decision because this is right on the line of Lowell and Chelmsford. So I think if this representative really cared about the community, who have considered equally the surrounding community, not just the Lowell side. Last thing here I'll say, this is a for-profit organization. I encourage the board to consider the business plan for this company at their current location. I don't think they were at day one at 500 people per day, right? If you look at this today, this building is not half for this company today, another half of a different company tomorrow. I think there will be here an expansion in place. This is for profit. This is common sense business, right? Somebody wants to go in, they're only looking for growth. I'm sure they were limited for 500 by the Lowell, Lowell location, but please, I consider, there should be a consideration to the current business plan, how they expanded in their current location, right? And consider that and how they will expand in the future location, especially when they're sitting here making all the promises of fixing everything required and getting commitment from the landlord that pretty much they have that whole building from 6 to 10. That's the commitment here from the landlord. And even though they're paying 50% of the rent or the equivalent of that. But I think there should be, somebody should look at the business plan of this corporation and consider that it may grow in the future as well. And I conclude. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Richard Garofano. I own 175 Old Canal Drive on the same street.
Okay. Yep.
I own a construction business and an architectural millwork business. 7 years ago, I went out and I looked for the type building that served the needs of my business. It had to be industrial in nature. It had to be in close proximity to a highway. I spent years with, you have to take all considerations in when you're moving a business. I run a for-profit business. And we're talking about a for-profit business moving into a facility that does not meet their needs. They're talking about, they're at least 1.5 miles from public transportation. They have 64 parking spaces. I actually contest the idea that you can expand the parking. If they put in another outlet, they're actually going to lose additional parking. They have 15 full-time workers with 15 cars that has to be taken into account. They have at least, I've read 2 different articles. One article, they claim they had 800 customers, and a second article, they claim they have 500. It's unclear how many they currently have and how large they plan to bring it. This is a larger facility than they've been running with inadequate parking, it's an inadequate facility for what they want to put. A lot of time has been spent tonight defining what type of customers come there and their needs. These souls clearly need to be served, but not in this facility. It's simply the wrong facility that does not meet their needs. The reason that they obviously want to choose a site is it's inexpensive. And it being inexpensive, once again, they're a for-profit business, is at the sacrifice of the community around us. I've been at that facility for 7 years. There are several days a week that both sides of that road are completely full with patrons to the local churches. Both sides. Where do they plan on putting their 150 cars an hour every day of the year? It's impossible. It's impossible that you can fit in 50 spots with their employees. And so I am completely opposed this idea that it's the right facility. It's simply the wrong facility. The souls need to be taken care of in the right facility. It's a long distance from any medical, if there's any medical emergency, so it's on the opposite end of town from any hospital. How do they plan on getting these folks there? The people that do drop off patients are going to be hovering around on the side of Old Canal Drive. There's no other place for them to go. The other day I called the cops down. I have a vagrant living behind my building on state highway land, and they wouldn't do anything about it. How many more are going to move in when they come down so they can be close to the facility? And the cops wouldn't do anything about the people that are living there now. So I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to state my position. And I want you, please reconsider this whole idea that the space works. It doesn't work. I studied my needs for my business, and it had to meet very specific needs. Every business is different than a home. It has to meet very specific needs. This clearly does not meet their needs of today's business, nor will they plan to grow it. They obviously plan to grow it. It's larger space than they have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name's Derek Korback. I live at 382 Pine Street. Lowell, not too far from the proposed site. I came here because my wife told me that this was going on, and I hadn't heard anything about it. And coming here, I see some friends from church, school, parents of children that my kids play with. And I felt compelled to speak. I wasn't going to speak, but I felt compelled to speak. There were 2 points that were brought up by the petitioners. One point I heard when my son was with me, my 8-year-old son was with me for the first hour and a half, 2 hours this evening. And the good doctor said that the methadone is a drug used to wean people off their addiction. And it just cuts the craving that they have, and there's no real recreational use for it. But then the gentleman to my immediate right explained in detail how the nurses will check the patient's tongue to make sure they're not taking that drug and giving it to their friends. That seemed contradictory to me. Why would a drug that isn't needed for recreation why would you have to check someone's tongue that they're not giving it to their friends? And then with the police reports, if there's only 5 police reports in the last 12 months, and again, I'm just a neighborhood guy, and I'm worried about this being in my neighborhood because of my children. I mean, we're up and down Stebbins Street going to the Chelmsford Walgreens and, going over to the Kohl's, and we park in any parking lot we can find over there because we go sledding over at Mount Pleasant, and I'm sure many of you have gone sledding there with your kids or when you were kids. But the police reports are the police reports. But if you have a full-time staff of security, 2 or 3 people, what are the security reports? And what are the incident reports within the business? I'm not sure what the rules are, but I'm pretty sure that a business would need to document first aids and incident reports. But maybe that's something we need to, because I'm sure that if 2 people who have a history of drug use are fighting, neither one of them want anything to do with the police. And also, because it is my neighborhood, sometimes you have to put yourself in other people's shoes. And I know that some of the people came up and they said, there's a lack of compassion in the room. The gentleman to my right stood up and it was almost like, you guys are all here because this is a lack of compassion. There's not a lack of compassion from the people up in the balcony and behind me and the people in opposition. Don't think of it that way. It's not a lack of compassion. There's more compassion coming out of the balcony and in back of me and to the people opposing this because they have compassion for their neighbors and for their children and for the houses and I grew up on Fairfax Street. My father grew up on Burt Street. We're neighborhood guys. We're Highlands guys. It's the compassion we have for that neighborhood. It's the compassion we have for our children, our friends. It's not a lack of compassion. It's real compassion because we're giving up our whole night to be here. And if I put myself in the shoes of a potential drug dealer, I'll tell you, if I sold drugs for a living, if I was a street pharmacist, I'd be hanging out on Stedman Street when this opens up because I got 500 potential clients. And in closing, there are some passionate gentlemen in the corner who said, remember everybody, this is a for-profit organization. And God bless you, everybody's going to make money. I'm all for it. But it is a for-profit organization. And 500 people today, to your point, if I was the CEO, I'd want 600 people in a month, 800 people by the end of the next quarter, and I'd want that business plan to grow. And I'll tell you, you put this in there, and there's already rumors going around, some of my friends up in the balcony, you put this in there, and if I was the CEO, I'd have a business plan for how I'm going to get a medical marijuana facility right there on the premises. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Mike Rigney. I am a Precinct 6 town meeting rep from Chelmsford. I am also the chair of the Chelmsford School Committee. We did send I'm sorry, 3 Sunset Avenue. In Chelmsford, I believe I'd need to be a resident of Chelmsford to be an elected official in Chelmsford.
Sure.
We do things differently there. I will, thank you. We did send a letter. I believe you have it in your packets. I won't take the time to reread it. I do need to correct a minor misstatement by my colleague from the Board of Selectmen. The Chelmsford superintendent did not take a position. He's not part of the school committee. It was, however, unanimous feeling of the Chelmsford School Committee that there would be an impact on our kids. We have a bus stop at 140 Stedman Street that is about 300 feet away from the proposed location. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for giving us a chance to talk, to testify to the impact that we think that this project would have on us. As I listen to the various statements tonight, the thing that I come back to is the incompleteness of the presentation. The abutters didn't get notice. The local businesses in the surrounding area don't know what to think about this. The residences, the residential buildings, the folks there don't know what to think about this. The churches and the schools don't know what to think about this. If the burden is on the applicant tonight to show that this project meets the standards for a special permit, that it fulfills conditions, fulfills requirements, I suggest that the testimony of the people you've heard here tonight is that the incomplete presentation, the presentation that didn't discuss the impact of the traffic at Stedman and Dalton, that didn't discuss the impact of the additional traffic on the local churches, the local businesses, the local residences, it should be assigned to you that this presentation is not complete and it doesn't meet the standards for approval of the special permit. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Barbara Ferreira, 980 Varnum Ave. I travel Stedman Street a lot. I have a friend that has a business close to, that's going to be impacted by this. The point I want to make, I'm not going to reiterate everything that everyone else has said. I do want to touch on what the woman said from the condo association. They're doing work in there. I have pictures of moving trucks. I have pictures of dumpsters. They're in there on the weekends. So my point is, if they're doing this much work and they haven't had a permit yet to go full steam ahead, so either we're all wasting our time, they're feeling very privileged, or they think that they have the right to go ahead and spend all that money and do work on something that they think they're going to get. So I just hope that we're not all wasting our time here.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Judge. I reside at 28 Fosh Street, and I chair the Highlands Neighborhood Association. And I will not repeat what everyone else has said. But I guess in defense of the city, I would like to say there was a tiny little public notice on the zoning change to light industrial, but it doesn't tell you why. It just says that they're going to bring before you the zoning change. Well, we sat there when we were watching it, and then we heard that it was being changed for the narcotics detox center. Well, by that time, you couldn't get in your car and come down and oppose it. So on that said, and also I was approached by George Eliades to represent the residents of Stedman Street. But by that time, and by the time I had contacted the residents, 99.75% were against it. So I just kind of felt that at that point in time, we will just leave it alone and let the residents speak for themselves. I would like just to read briefly the definition of light industrial It says, office and industrial districts are designed to encourage the location of commercial and industrial activities in locations which best serve the needs of these land uses, while also protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the occupants of residential property for whom these activities may constitute nuisances. Also, I know it was mentioned about the potential fiscal impact, and I do believe that it will fiscally impact those established businesses on Stedman Street. So I'm just here to say, you guys really, the board has a difficult decision to make. Listen to what everyone has to say, and I hope the decision is the right one. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Aaron Sheehy, and I came here tonight, and I really didn't even plan on getting up.
What's your address, please?
Oh, I'm actually at 38 Inland Street, but I work for almost 9 years at 39 Wilbur Street, which is right behind the pizza shop.
Yep.
Like I said, I didn't even have any intentions of getting up here, but no disrespect to these guys over here, because they're obviously good at their job. But there was a couple things that kind of rubbed me the wrong way, especially when that lady got up. She spoke about that kid, Timmy Lewis, who I have worked with in high school. Top-notch athlete, great kid. This happens to anybody. I understand that it's a disease. I grew up in the city. I've had a lot of friends that this has happened to. My big thing was the relapse. These people, they say that, oh, it weans them off, it weans them off. That kid battled that for years, over 10 years. So I understand what you guys are trying to do. Like I said, I'm a Highlands resident. I have friends here that, as a matter of fact, the guy that lives right next door to the place, basically, his daughter and my daughter are friends. What's that do to his property value? And I don't want to waste anyone else's time more than it has been, because this went on forever. But it says right here in the newspaper, we will take the city to court and we will win. Like this woman said, is that a threat? Do these guys know something we don't? Is this a waste of our time? You guys are going to win? How are you going to do that? Where's the proof that you guys are going to fix this? What are you going to do for me? Honestly, the traffic thing, hey, I work over there. I know it's a hassle. I know how it is in the morning, getting to work, trying to work 50 hours a week. I've done my job, and I've stayed on the straight and narrow. So I do have compassion to a point. I really do. Again, I just want to end with that. You guys say you can handle it all, and I really think you're in it for the big thing, like everyone else said. 500. Originally, it started at 800. Now we're just splitting hairs. But what are you guys going to do with that space? You ain't waiting for another place to come in there that's going to work after you guys. It's not going to happen. You guys are waiting for it for your own. And like I said, if you guys know something we don't waste my time anymore. That's it. Thank you for listening to what I had to say, and we will win. Sorry. Have another group of 80 petitions, if I could bring them up.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you can't speak up there. You have to come down here and speak. Okay, thank you. All right, I want to read into the record that we received these signatures in opposition. Okay, does anybody else like to speak in opposition? In opposition? Opposition? Hearing none. And just to remind everyone, now that the public meeting hearing is closed, there's no comments, there's no outbursts. And you can't come up to the mic anymore, so I just want to make sure everybody understands that before we move forward. So, Mr. Leites, I'll give you the opportunity if you want to speak now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to go over every single one of the pieces of testimony. There's one that troubles me very much, and Nancy, God bless her, thank you, alluded to it. I heard a lot of people that were impeaching my ethics and my handling of this matter, trying to make it sound like I pulled some sort of a fast one by not notifying anybody about a zoning change. And I think I heard Joe say that there was a notice required, and if he did, he's wrong. You don't make zoning notices when there's a proposed change to the entire city. There are no requirements to send the 300-foot notices that you have for the zoning board, for the planning board, et cetera. When there's a general zoning change that affects the entire city, the notice is printed in the paper. Nancy saw it. She read it. Yeah, I know it's that small, Nancy. They're all that small. But the fact of the matter is, I followed the law. Let's make that clear. If you don't like the way it is, go to the legislature, because you know what? The legislature is the one who makes those requirements, not me. I'm sure Douglas will confirm that, and probably Mr. Consul as well. So I want to get that clear. Secondly, and while I'm talking about Nancy, there were people who said they didn't get any notice, nobody was knowing what's going on with this, didn't tell the neighborhood or whatever. The day I filed the petition, I sent an email to Nancy, she'll confirm that, inviting her and her neighborhood association and anyone, and for that matter, this board, to come and view the place and see the operation and see how it goes. And so I wonder sometimes how a deliberative body, like the Chelmsford Board of Selectmen, for example, can vote on a subject matter when they don't know the facts. No one came forward, no one contacted me to find out, or my clients to find out what the particular petition was, what it was, to invite us to give them a little more information on what it was. They just chose to listen to a bunch of people who were screaming and hollering about druggies and things like that. So there's a lot more that goes into this whole process, folks, than what you're seeing and hearing and talking about now. But I do want to go back to another thing, and I want, and I would have told all of these folks that at this point. You know, under our zoning code, light industry allowed in this site, on this property, without any permit required, no special permit proceedings of any kind, are a daycare center for children, are a distribution center for trucking companies such as UPS or Federal Express, are manufacturing, used car dealers, repair dealers, all without any notice to you folks. That's what our zoning ordinance, not bylaw, by the way. I didn't interrupt any of you folks or do any cheering. Anyway, all without any notice. Those are the kinds of things, and you want to talk about generating traffic, you could put in a facility for children there, preschool and otherwise, that might bring 200, 300, 400 cars a day. And I also find it very interesting, while I'm commenting on some of the remarks, that we have some people who want to have it both ways. On the one hand, they want to talk about all the cars that are going to be there and the large number of cars, and on the other hand, they then want to say, well, there's going to be everybody walking there and there's all kinds of things. I went with Eric's assumptions, and I made the assumption, if you look at his material, that there would not be one single pedestrian. So the traffic report you have, the time and motion study, which one of these gentlemen questioned, and I say he didn't even study it or know what it was, there isn't a single pedestrian being used in that time and motion study for for what is there. Now, I'm just going to quickly, because I can't let a lot of these things go unanswered, because when you don't know what's going on, there's lots of things you can say. And that reminds me, by the way, I also hear people saying, oh, it kind of reminds me, if anybody watched any of the proceedings for the charter school, it was always, oh, I'm in favor of charter school, but this isn't the right location. And so substitute charter school for this particular facility. And yet, on the other hand, we're hearing all the time, without one piece of evidence, and I'm going to speak to the one that was the closest in a minute, without one piece of evidence of any illustration or proof or significant police reports, anything like that, facts and facts and facts of how a facility like this provides or causes any danger to children, elderly, anything like that. And with regard to the lady whose children were beaten up, I don't know all the facts and circumstances. I'm surprised, for example, I didn't hear her say anything about a police report or police investigation. I didn't hear anything about a report to the Department of Public Health, who are the licensing of people for this particular facility. You've seen the licenses. I've submitted all of those. All of the evidence that I hear of supposed fear of what's going to happen to all of these people comes without any substantiation. By the way, Douglas, I didn't hear who you represent. You just said you were... I said Pride Star. Pardon me? Pride Star. Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. People using terms like undesirable element, we heard lots of that kind of things tonight in these things. The irony of it is when the folks from Chelmsford talk about that they didn't get notice, if this facility, and by the way, I followed the law. I want everyone to understand that. The law requires me to give notice to everyone within 300 feet of this facility. And do you know how I know that I gave notice to all the right people? Because I got the list from the town of Chelmsford Assessor's Office, certified that those are the people that should get notice within 300 feet. So don't anybody say those people who were entitled to notice didn't get notice.
Mr. Leides, can I just ask you quickly? So, just so it's clear to me, does that come from the city of Lowell, or does that come from Chelmsford, the actual notice?
Both. No, I send them out.
No, I understand.
And the city, then, I give the city the information from Chelmsford assessors, Joe can answer that, from Chelmsford assessors and Lowell assessors are certified that those are the addresses of the people within 300 feet. Joe, maybe you want to tell them about the sending out process.
Yeah, that's, Attorney Leides is correct that the city of Lowell and the town of Chelmsford, each assessor's office certifies the list of abutters. They're the ones who have the most up-to-date owner information of each building. So they're the ones who generate the list, and they notarize and certify that it's the list of owners. So that's what Mr. Leides
So
submitted.
all owners of properties within 300 feet, both within the Lowell boundary and the Chelmsford boundary.
Right. It's a 300 radius up from the property, so whether that includes properties in Lowell and properties in Chelmsford, all of those people within 300 feet have to be notified.
Okay. And do we know when those notices went out approximately?
They went out April 5th.
April 5th. Okay.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, another one of these, I don't know where the heck it came from, and I happen to know that a representative of the current owners is here, and I don't know if he or she wants to speak about this, but beginning about 2 weeks ago, strangely, phone calls started coming into the building department, Joe can confirm this, that work was being done on the premises. Work was being done on the premises, and then also heard this thing about medical waste. Well, Joe will, I believe, confirm for you, because this is the report that was given to me, that the Lowell Building Department has been to that site to answer those questions and complaints that were issued, and there is no building, no illegal building of any kind. I can guarantee you, obviously, my people are not involved in any work. We aren't even entitled to go on the property technically without the current owner's permission. So there's a lot of stories being told here because they sound good as far as I'm concerned, but they're most instances unsubstantiated. And folks, with all due respect to all your concerns about traffic, and I see this and I see that and whatever, we were required at thousands of dollars to have a first-class, highly respected traffic firm do a traffic study. That report is, I believe, online. I know that the zoning board has had it. It was certainly reviewed by Eric, and the final conclusions, which I said to you before, are exactly what the experts say. I didn't hear anybody giving any expert testimony to the contrary. I heard a lot of people saying they're having trouble they're going to have trouble going here, going there, or whatever. Well, you know what? This is a light industry business zone. Our courts have said that when you put in new establishments and new uses and places, there's going to be an increase in the vehicles and in the increase of traffic in an area. The guidepost that they look at is, will it substantially and significantly adversely impact those intersections? That's what they want to look at. And the fact of the matter is, the experts say, no, that's not the case. They say those intersections can handle it. Are they busy intersections? Yes, they certainly are. But, and by the way, if I thought it would make a difference, my client has said to me right from the beginning, if the whole thing came down to, and I'm really not hearing that tonight, if the whole thing came down to 7:30 to 8:30, well, he'd start a half hour earlier and suspend from 7:30 to 8:30 and go to 9:30 instead. We can do those things. We're going to put in the extra driveway. We'll put in extra parking because we want to make our place run right if there's a showing that we need extra parking. We're ready to make all those accommodations. I haven't heard any accommodations from anyone else to assist this healthcare facility. The laws generally, and I'm not going to get into them, but people have brought up the law. The laws generally say that efforts should be made by municipalities to accommodate disabled people. Chapter 48, Section 3, and a whole bunch of other things along that line. I don't want to get into legalities because the record is plain and clear. We run a good operation. The proof is in the pudding. We've done it without difficulty for 25 years. Now, that said, I think I've finished what I want to say about some of the remarks that people made. Thank you. I just want to give you a wrap-up, Mr. Chairman and members, if I may, because we know the bottom line here is I'm required to give you sufficient information to prove that we meet the standards of Chapter 7.7. So let's take a look at Chapter 7.7, Code Section 7.7. It talks about a narcotic detoxification and maintenance facility should provide medical support, security, drug testing with oversight by physician, and standards that meet or exceed state regulations under 105-162. By the way, this is what I presented to the board earlier in the newest package that comes in. It's entitled A Summary of Habit OpCo's Compliance with Sections 7.7 of the Zoning Code. And I go on to say there that we have, for example, shown you who the medical person who's running this. You have in your package every single license. The Drug Enforcement Agency of the United States Department of Justice, the State Department of Human Services, the City of Lowell. We have every license that every one of these authorities requires for the operation for this medical facility. Every single license. And you know what? Those people come in, and they don't just come in once a year and hand out a license. This facility is subjected and subject to constant inspection without notice, anytime. Come in and inspect. How much methadone have you got? How much have you dispensed? And all the other stuff that goes with that. We meet every one of those requirements. In addition to that, we gave you the information about the staff. They're all professional staff. Most of them have advanced degrees. You have that information in the packets that I have previously given to you. Facilities should compete to provide should not compete to provide streamlined care to patients, which is almost laughable because it's tough enough to get one of these facilities in the city. There's certainly not going to be one right next to another and have to be competing with it. It's the only facility of its kind in Lowell and has been, as you know, providing narcotic addiction treatment since 2006. Facilities should not provide a location for patients to wait for treatment in the vicinity of children. I find this offensive, but that's just an editorial comment.
So Mr. Leides, what's your understanding of that sentence?
That sentence?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I have difficulty with it. I don't know what vicinity means. I think it's pretty vague, to say the least. In the vicinity of children, is that 5 feet, 50 feet, 500 feet, 500 yards? I don't think this has a chance, that particular kind of thing has a chance to stand up in
I'll
court.
just ask this one quick question, and if you don't want to answer it now, you want to answer it later, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
So when it says, and I actually highlighted this because facilities should not compete to provide streamlined care to patients and should not provide a location for patients to wait for treatment in the vicinity of children. So the patients that are arriving to the facility, are there going to be any patients waiting in line outside of the facility at any point in time?
Not to receive their medicine.
So there will be there won't be a line out the door at any time?
No, we have
Sir,
plenty.
you can't speak.
We have plenty of room, obviously. Everyone's
I'm
complaining.
just asking the question.
Right.
I'm reading what the city put in here. I'm just reading the sentence. Sir, you can't speak. Sir, you can't speak. You can't speak, sir.
I didn't say lining up, sir. Excuse me. Let me finish. I did not say lining up inside or outside, but the fact of the matter is they'll be lining up inside. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, I want the board to be addressed.
So, yes, the answer is
I don't
they'll
want
be
the side
inside.
discussions.
There'll never be lines outside.
What?
And I find it a little ironic that, on the other hand, people like to say we have too much space.
So I want to ask the question again before I was interrupted.
Yep.
For patients to wait for treatment in the vicinity of children?
No. Zero. Not a chance.
Okay. Thank you. Proceed.
Facilities are to be located in such a way as to not pose a direct threat to the health or safety of the participants in the rehabilitation treatment or the public at large. Once again, we're doing everything on site. We have 3 security people. I heard somebody talk about, well, they don't know about the fights or this or that or whatever. Well, you know, we'll show you our records. We don't have anything like that. By the way, we keep records of every single person who comes and goes. I told you that on the way in. They have to show a card, an ID card, that they scan so they know who the person is that's coming in and going out of that spot. I'm not going to read all these answers, Mr. Chairman. I'm just telling you because I think you don't want me necessarily. I've summarized for you what I believe are the materials that I've presented in support of my...
I'm not in a rush to go through 7 points. I'm not in a rush. You take your time.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, well...
I told you before, we're going to address 7.7.
Okay. Then there's a good for example, okay? The proposed facility is in one of the most sparsely settled portions of the city of Lowell. I know. I've lived in the city for 70 years. I'll take you to every corner of the city. There isn't anything like this in terms of sparsely areas sparsely inhabited. There are fewer than 10 private Lowell residential properties within a half-mile radius of the site, and the neighborhood is zoned light industry. The site is surrounded by industrial operations, businesses, and office. Portions of some properties are used not on a scheduled but not daily basis for religious services. We acknowledge that, and we're even willing to share our parking when we're not using the facilities after 2 o'clock with any one of those religious facilities. Did any of those people come to inquire about what we're doing and how we're going to do it and how we're going to use the parking? Not one. Not one. The folks who say that we never gave any information to the people in Chelmsford or any of the church people. Excuse me, there are similar businesses and occupations, one residential condominium in the town, in a small piece of the town of Chelmsford, abutting the proposed property. I'm not hiding anything. I don't do that. That's not my style. This board knows that. And the rest of the town of Chelmsford is separated from the facility by State Highway Route 3. That's a fact. To which there's no direct access and egress from Stedman Street. In other words, you can't get onto Route 3 or get off Route 3 at Stedman Street. No activity or treatment will take place on the proposed facility that could possibly have any adverse health consequences to the general public at large. None of the patients to be served are considered or determined to be a danger in public health. I'm going to read that again. None of the patients to be served are considered or determined to be a danger to public health. Police records, as we know, already show that. And by the way, I don't know the reason, and I thank the chairman for doing above and beyond the ordinary business here. He sought out whatever police information he could get. Normally, as you all know, when we file a petition, Joe and his folks send out a questionnaire to every department to please look over. They get all of the information about the site, about the project and whatever. Look over and comment if you have any issues or problems with it. There was zero comment from the police department except the information I provided to you. There's no police in here, the city of Lowell, no police in here from the town of Chelmsford who want to talk about the danger of this thing or that kind of a place or anything like that. So let's clear that one. As far as use goes, 7 points, I'm going right down the list to make sure everybody understands that we've met the requirements of 7.7. Use, the use says, do you fit in under the zoning code? Yes, we do fit under the zoning code for using the property for that purpose, because we went through the whole process and did that and had the change made as the city told us to do. I'm going to repeat that again. They said, if you want to put your facility out there, Mr. Eliades, and your clients, you go through this process, do the zoning change, and do those other things. We did that over the past year. We've followed the law scrupulously. The next one, shall consider the provisions of 11.3.2 of the ordinance. I think we've shown a demonstrated need. I think we've shown a secure waiting area for clients indoors. We've provided an adequate pickup drop-off. And by the way, there isn't really a pickup drop-off here. What happens is this isn't like, for example, a school or a charter school or something like that where the parent pulls up, the car opens, and somebody drops off. This is you drive in, you park your car, you go in, you get your medicine, you get in your car, and you drive out. There's no pickup, drop up. And by the way, somebody else was talking about we don't show enough cars, and I made reference to that. But we don't show the employees' cars. If somebody read the chart and knew what they were reading, they would see that we provide for 14 employees' cars being on site for almost the entire time after 6:30 or 7 o'clock or something like that. And by the way, again, it's our position, we're only going to use 54 spaces. But in order to ameliorate the situation, we've asked the landlord, and he's agreed that we can use the 64 spaces. He knows there's other areas. As Mr. McCarthy said, the plan itself shows that you can add spaces. We've also been told by the neighbor next door that if we needed to, we could talk to him about spaces too. So, 7.74 is conditions. Won't be within 5,000 feet of another narcotic facility. I think I already spoke to that. And within 750 feet, excuse me, of a public or private elementary school, middle school, secondary school. I've heard a lot of talk about that somebody has the dance class here or the this or there or whatever. And if any of them feel that we're violating that particular provision, then they have every right in the world to take the matter to court and prove to the court that we're doing it. I don't believe that that's what's entitled here. And by the way, I don't believe that this is a proper thing to be using as a condition, but that's not up to me to decide. So, that's my story, folks. I believe that we meet every single qualification and requirement for Chapter 7.7. We've shown the need, the crying need. I'm also going to say to you, somebody said, are you threatening or anything? We're not threatening, we're telling the facts of life. If this facility closes down without a place for the people to go to, you're going to have 500 people without medicine. You say, well, there's a facility in Lawrence down the river. They're full up. So somebody said Tewksbury Hospital. Totally different facility, not this kind of facility. This isn't you go in and you sleep and you're taken care of. These are people who want to make a productive life for themselves. So, I could go on, believe me, but I'm going to leave the matter in your hands. You ask me to do anything reasonably possible that I can talk with my client with by way of a condition or anything like that, I'll do it. But I'm asking you to help these people, help the city of Lowell, follow what the law lets us do, and grant a special permit, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Leides. Okay, at this point, we're going to open it up to the board. Dennis.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I have a question about the private school that we have that was presented to us tonight. Joe, do we have any records of this school? It surprised me that it existed there at all, but the school that I'm referring to is the one that was presented by Scott Console earlier tonight.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure about that school. I don't know if it's in a Chelmsford location or a Lowell location. It would be good to have that clarified. But I have a list of Lowell schools, but I don't have anything listed for Chelmsford. So if it's something in Chelmsford, I don't have that.
And then it talks about it being a parent-led homeschool cooperative for grades 2 to 12, which sounds like it would qualify as a private school.
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe that's something the state law office could weigh in on. The school use that's described in the zoning ordinance usually talk about the main use of the property. So when you're talking about something like a Sunday school, for instance, at a church, really the religious use, the worship location is considered the primary use of that building. The Sunday school would be considered a secondary use.
This is referring to a parent-led homeschool that I think is regular education for elementary, middle school, and high school, or secondary school, so all three of them. That's not
Right.
referring to it. I think it's a. It seems as though it could possibly.
Well, it's certainly something that we could have the law department look
I think
at.
we need to do that. Okay, that's my only comment. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. I think so, yeah. I wrote down some notes. I'm just going to kind of go through them, but I guess first of all, I want to thank everybody for, people have spent a long time now, both sides, so everybody's passionate about the issue, obviously. I think, for me at least, it comes down to zoning ordinance 11.3.2, which is further referenced in actually 7.7.3. So it kicks back and forth between those two ordinances. 7.7.3 seems to defer back to the 11.3.2. So for us, that's the golden rule of zoning ordinances, or at least for me. I don't want to speak for my colleagues. And that states special permit shall be granted by the special permit granting authority unless otherwise specified herein. Only upon its written determination that the adverse effects of the proposed use will not outweigh its beneficial impacts to the city or the neighborhood, in view of the particular characteristics of the site and of the proposal in relation to the site. So for me, I mean, we all agree these people need help. People referred to it as God's work. It has to be done. The question is where and how it affects everything around it. So my questions are more based on, I guess, that clarification that I need. So the question is, so the zoning was changed in May of 2012. I guess can Attorney Leides, can we, and you may not know, you might have to confer with your client, but can we determine what necessitated the move? They've been there for 15 years. Were they out of space? Was it, what clarity can you give to me?
I'm sorry, Mr. Ahern, I really didn't hear you
That's
well
okay.
enough. Could you do my, let me just do a little tweak here and
You
try
turn
to
those off
try to
after
push the
10
volume up, but if you could get a little closer to the microphone.
Sure.
Might help me too.
I was asking what necessitated the move originally. I know the lease terminated. Was it out of space, lack of size, lack of location desirability?
It was entirely because the landlord wants the space.
Okay.
And what he did was he jacked up the rent to for any future. The lease expired, reached its expiration date. And it was, so you want to renew, and the rent is going to be double, triple, I forget what it was. As you well know, I think as everybody well knows, two things about that property. Number one, the Wanalancet Mill, which this is part of in the rear, is now part of a real hot area in the city now. Sure. And it's also been rumored that the university may in fact buy it. So I have no evidence upon which to base what the landlord says. I wasn't part of that negotiation, but common sense and business sense says to me that they decided that they don't want those people around anymore. So they gave them a ridiculous rent and said, take it or leave it.
Okay. How about, do you know the square footage of the existing space, what it currently is that you're renting?
I'm sure my clients do. I don't know right off the bat.
Yes, but, okay. So space-wise, it's not 10% or so.
It's a little bit bigger.
Okay. That leads me down the line of it's not really based on the size of the facility, more so not being able to come to an agreement, I guess, as far as a new lease. How about the new length of lease that you're proposing with the current landlord?
How are the new?
What's the length of the lease that's being entertained?
Gosh, I'm sorry, Mr. Aaron.
The length of the new lease?
Length of the new term?
Correct.
I don't even know that.
Sure. Sorry.
12 years.
Okay, so it's a long term. Right. My concern was you're moving there. I didn't know if it was a 2-year.
No. They couldn't take that chance.
Yep, that's fine. Can you give any clarification of how the process of picking Old Canal Drive, what criteria were used, how that site was determined, were other sites potentially determined and ruled out for whatever reason?
I'm glad you mentioned that, because somebody mentioned before that it might have been Douglas, that there were 2 spaces offered to my client, and I am aware that this was after April 22nd, and I am aware that that was the case. In both instances, they're not facilities that exist. They're on raw land, number one. Number two, neither one of them is in a zoning district because they're closer to downtown. You tell us, everybody says, get closer to downtown in the central area, and the city's saying, get out of downtown, we don't want you there. That's why the principal thing that they said in the new zoning was, take the DMU district out, that's downtown. So we acceded to that request and we took the DMU out. So the 2 other places that have been mentioned to me, gone. They're not gone, but impossible without doing a change, and the city, in my opinion, based on my discussions with them, would not accede to that kind of a change in that particular location. I should also like to mention one other thing while we're on that subject, because I know people have told us, why don't you find another location, find another location. When we did the charter school, I know it's a totally different thing, I must have had 6 or 8 or 10 landlords, as did my clients, or people with properties come up to them and say, I got the perfect place for you, the perfect place for you. Aside from those last 2, who I just mentioned, not a single person has come forward to say, gee, we got a spot for you that's dynamite that you can get.
I was asking more, excuse me, for down the line of how was public transportation considered, or was it? Because it doesn't seem like it really was.
Sure, in the sense that we would have liked, in a way, to have a public transportation capability, but the fact of the matter is, there is none in that particular area, and we make sure that 99.9% of our people, and we will in this instance as well, will have transportation. In many cases, Medicare, Medicaid, other facilities provide those. I mean, again, I based all of my time, motion, and vehicle studies following Eric's lead on mostly individual vehicles. We know that 6 and 8 people come periodically in a van provided by the Commonwealth or somebody like that. So again, long answer to get there. We don't really believe, and I get that's why I say people want to say on the one hand too many vehicles, then the next breath too many pedestrians. There may be some pedestrians, and since the bus is at Stedman and Chelmsford, maybe they'll come that way. I spent a couple of hours there 5 or 6 times while this was pending and never saw a person get off a bus and walk up the street to anyone, and there's a lot of businesses with employees there.
It just seems, the zip code map that you used as a point of reference, I guess, is it shows obviously the location isn't central to Lowell, where 99 point whatever % of, other than the 14 that come from Chelmsford, I guess. So that begs the question, why would you put it on the farthest point of the map for all your... Go ahead.
Remember the zip codes.
Yeah, I remember.
They come from every sector of the city. And I, who live in Belvedere, if I were going out there, I'd get on interstate and get up to the connector or I'd take the highway route as opposed to trying to go through the city and go up Stedman.
I agree, I would too. My point is the location choice seems odd for...
But they don't want us downtown.
Right, okay. I don't know who they is in that scenario, but can you, and you probably don't know this, but it was a question that I was thinking, what % of patients have their own licenses, drive themselves versus somebody's dropping them off, walking? Do we know these dependent people, do you have any criteria or questionnaires, people driving themselves that actually have valid licenses?
Yeah, half of the people, well, I'm not saying I have no idea who has licenses, but half the people drive. That's how we got that number.
Okay, so half are driving themselves, and that's where the parking scenario obviously comes into effect, versus I've been sitting at the site having coffee a few times over the past month. It doesn't seem like there's any parking on the site, honestly, right now.
Where we are now?
Correct, that are being used.
You were asking before, you asked before what went into this decision?
Yep.
When we first went to Hall Street and Suffolk Street before that, and again, have been there for 26 years, there was parking across the street. There was a whole lot that was free for our use. That's gone. There's no parking whatsoever. So part of what went into the decisions, we needed to find a location that had parking to meet our needs. Looking around the city, there aren't a whole lot of properties that meet those requirements. Plus, some of the properties that we identified over 2.5 years of looking, didn't meet the other requirements that are now in the zoning coordinates. There are very specific requirements there that Mr. Eliades just spoke to. The other properties that we look at didn't meet that. And when you said who's they about downtown, when the city said to us, and we spoke to who that was, they said to us, apply to change the zoning ordinance so that you can go in a light industrial zone because we think that's appropriate. We also want you to give up the ability to go downtown. So the they was the same people who suggested we change the zoning to here.
Okay. So I guess we clarified half the people are driving themselves, but the other half are coming somehow.
Well, Mr. Eliades spoke to that Medicaid pays for transportation as well.
I'm trying to identify, from my perspective, watching...
So Medicaid, essentially, if you don't have a means of transportation for yourself, and you're a Medicaid recipient that is coming to this service, you're entitled by the law to get transportation provided for you. So there are transportation companies that Mass Health contracts with, which is why when we talk about van coming
Yeah, I
with
saw
4 or
some
5
of
people, that's what that is. And that's provided by Mass Health paying for that service.
Okay, I saw a lot of that going on during sitting there, but
Yeah.
there seemed to be a lot of drop-off, kind of circle the block like we do at Logan now, kind of waiting for people to come in and out. So I'm assuming in the new site, people are going to sit in the parking lot and park, or is that not allowed?
If there's spots there, of course it's allowed.
I didn't know security-wise if you're not
Yes,
parking.
it is.
Okay.
It is.
So, yeah, I don't know if that's good or bad that they're sitting there idle, I guess, for a time. Okay, Attorney Leidy's referenced an arc, I think, that he used of a half mile, but that only referenced 12 Lowell homes, but I don't understand why Chelmsford wasn't considered in that. I mean, we're good neighbors, at least my thought process would be to be good neighbors.
I'm sorry, again, I didn't hear it. It's a bad night, it's getting moist in there, and I'm having difficulty, so.
You had referenced originally using a half-mile arc to identify 12 homes in
Correct.
Lowell.
I said very specifically, if you go a half-mile mark from our location toward Lowell, and I named all the places in Lowell. No, I didn't go the other way.
Right.
No, I didn't go the other way. We have Route 3, which is a pretty wide swath that covers the whole area.
Yep.
Number one. Number two, no one says, there's, find me, I'll put it the other way around. There is no, this is the least residentially densely location, in my belief, in the city of Lowell. I'm waiting for somebody to tell me I'm wrong about that. And the fact that that it has Chelmsford across the way, we're unfortunately, shall we say, subject to that because of that. If this were 300 feet, I think I said that, further into Lowell, these people wouldn't even get a notice and no one would care, but the same thing would happen.
I don't know if they wouldn't care, but okay.
I know, but...
I mean, I live 300 feet from the Tewksbury line, hypothetically, and I wouldn't want something, Tewksbury, without considering at least my thoughts. So that's my point of that, to not consider Lowell, I mean, Chelmsford as part of that arc. That seems rude, I guess. And then just traffic, just quickly, Eric covered it extensively, and I appreciate back and forth, both professionals doing it. So my only concern, and there's no answer, we don't have a crystal ball, is what happens when the new tenant potentially comes. I think that building's been empty forever, but at some point, I would think they'd want to rent it. I own property, I'm always constantly looking to rent it. In today's spot, did you answer the question? I don't know if I asked it. Are spots allotted for patient use only, or is it really just
Well, right now, we're talking
employees?
about giving up the entire 64 spaces, and they'll be allotted, except for the 14, which is the maximum number of employee spaces, they'll be allotted for the patients themselves. And as to whether or not there's another tenant there or whatever, we're saying, on the record right now, you put a condition on that says that all 64 of those spaces must be used for the facility and nobody else, and we'll agree to that. Because you know what? They're either going to use the other facility for some sort of total warehouse use, which it was essentially being used for. It was C&I Electric, and that's what they were doing. Or, you know what? The landlord will probably come back and try to prove to you that we don't need all those 64 spaces, or he's going to lease some spaces next door that have already been offered to him.
All right, so as a point of contention, I'll leave that as a moot point, I guess, as far as the 64 spots. But as far as that, those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. I'll listen to the rest of my colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Gary.
Excuse me. Through you, Mr. Chairman. I have a litany of questions, and I'm going to be posing them through you, Mr. Leides, and through your board
I'll
here.
call them if they...
As it relates to the client residential space, we talked about 500, roughly 500 from the city of Lowell, 14 from Chelmsford. In your response here, you're telling us that the Middlesex 3 Coalition and the 10-member communities might envelop into this. Do you have an insight that any other clients are going to be coming from any of those Route 3 corridors coming down?
No.
So is it
I only said it, Mr. Perrin, in the context that we're supposed to be helping do regional assistance for the area and whatever, and maybe that will happen. And maybe, I suppose there could become 550 people. But you can say at that point that the traffic isn't working, that the parking spaces aren't working. I'll welcome a 3-month, 6-month, 9-month, every 3 months. I'll welcome somebody surveying. We'll hire somebody, the same traffic engineer that we use for this, to give you those records to prove what those particular usages are.
Just to that point, the question is not relative to parking or traffic. And the reference is to the clientele. It is a for-profit business. And my
Correct.
question is that we're a Lowell-based program at present, correct? With outstanding 14 patients coming from Chelmsford. Are you going to entertain in the future Westford, Tingsboro, Groton, Dunstable? I mean, I am very well educated on opiate abuse. I have a law enforcement background, and I have, unfortunately have been in participation in programs with clients and have had former athletes succumb to this addiction. So I understand the whole process, and I have done my homework, and I understand that. That being said, are we going to be looking to grow this and invite and accept more people from other communities?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I think since you raised the point, and I couldn't rebut before, I absolutely resent the comments made earlier about this being for-profit, and therefore the goal of this is to grow and maybe even grow into the next part of the building. It couldn't be further from the truth. The census at that location has not grown substantially in years. But it has grown, for sure, to get where it is now, for sure. But would we open it up to a whole greater regional access? Absolutely not. That's not the way it works. It hasn't worked that way in the past, in 26 years, and it won't work that way in the future.
So to that point, and that's not a negative to grow. To grow would be encouraging more participants in the program.
It's a fair question.
It's a positive growth in my light of conversation. So we're just going to remain our community-based program.
That's right.
So you would essentially turn clients away from neighboring communities?
We've never had to turn people away from there. This is seen as a very local program and will continue to be seen that way. We don't turn people away.
I'm aware of the program in Lowell, Lawrence and Beverly and Salem and the like.
That's right, and that's the reason. Actually, you touch it on right there. It's not like the only place in the northeast section of the state. There are many programs. There's programs to the north in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
There are programs
Manchester.
Right.
Yeah.
There are programs to the east in Lawrence. There are programs to the east even further in Beverly, Gloucester.
Okay.
Fitchburg, Danvers.
No, I just was wondering how, growth in my perception of growth is growth in helping these lost souls. So I didn't want to prohibit.
I appreciate that.
I didn't want to prohibit any thought process that, in one hand, we're saying we're community-based, and I was just trying to get a clarification on how we're going to define that number. Because that number is